Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivanka Barzashka, and I'm the director of the Wargaming Network here at King's College London. Good morning to those who are joining us from Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and good evening also to those joining us from India, the Philippines, South Korea, and Australia. I'm here in London, England, streaming from what seems to be a mostly cloudy day. And thank you for joining us for day 2 of our first webinar on wargaming, the pandemic's effects. Welcome to those who are just joining us for the discussion today. I'm glad to say that we've got over 90 people online joining us from about 20 countries. And this is another sign that what we're facing is a truly global problem. It's also an indication of the growing interest in wargaming to understand current challenges, but also as a tool to develop and to test theories of success for dealing with these challenges. Many of you are already familiar with King's. Many of you are familiar with the King's Wargaming Network and have worked with us on past projects. But we're also particularly delighted to engage with those of you who are just only meeting as part of this initiative. So I encourage people to get in touch. I'm always interested to hear about what you're doing. I'm interested to hear about what you think are the most challenging intellectual problems that we should be focusing on. So please get in touch. King's has a long history of wargaming research and education, but the Wargaming Network was founded only 15 months ago with the aims of advancing wargaming as a method of inquiry and advancing wargaming as a method for learning and teaching. So today's workshop has three main objectives. We're looking to understand how wargaming methods have contributed to past research on health-related crises. So we've invited a number of participants who have worked on these kinds of problems before. We're also interested in understanding how wargaming methods can be used to understand the short and long-term effects of the current pandemic and how to address them. These effects span a range of spheres, from economic to social to security and military, which we'll be hearing more about today. And the third objective is to see how wargaming methods can be used to educate and to train decision makers and the public. So today's event is part of a broader effort that we've launched here at the Wargaming Network to adapt wargaming methods to the new strategic environment. An environment that's becoming increasingly more complex. And this is where wargaming methods have both potential, but they also pose risks. They have the potential to understand complex, uncertain environments and to make sense of phenomena for which real-world data is scarce, or for problems for which the factors and the logic of interaction are unclear. But wargaming methods also pose serious risks of false learning in also creating very visceral environments, visceral, immersive environments. And we can do better to address those risks. As you know, wargaming is not an established academic discipline. It's been practiced more as an art than a science. And wargames need to become more scientific if they are to be used for research and analysis, and especially if they are to inform policy decisions. So this is why we're gathered today, to advance the development and application of wargaming to deliver credible policy insights. We have 4 panels with 10-minute breaks in between. All of you should have received a copy of the agenda, which includes the abstracts for each presentation. And so we'll begin with 2 panels focusing on analytical methods, and then we'll do a deep dive into security threats and regional cooperation before ending the day with an hour discussion on next steps. So for the attendees, if you would like to ask a question, please type it in the chat box, and the panel chair will ask the speaker the question. And now we'll move on to the first panel. And our first speaker, who is Joshua Hai from BAE Systems, with a presentation on rapid wargame analysis. Josh, if you can share your screen.
Trying to. Okay. So hopefully you can see a title screen in front of you.
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, good. So 10 minutes starting from now. And I'm looking really at rapid wargame analysis. Hello, everybody. My name's Joshua Hai. I do currently work for Corda, which is part of BAE Systems, so a very large corporate. Corda is their sort of operational analysis consultancy in-house. but we do a lot of work externally. Academic background, I suppose I've got a history degree, and after university I joined the army. I joined my local infantry regiment, so historian and also ex-infantry, working in operational analysis, specifically working in Corda, who possess a lot of very supernumerate people. So I'm different, maybe the round peg in the square hole, or vice versa, and I look at problems in a different way. And I've had over 20 years experience of looking at problems mainly within defence and security, some into industry, but mainly defence and security. And I've used war games or wargaming techniques to help me throughout that course. So these are, according to the health warning, the world according to me. It's not a corporate or Corda view, this is me. And I do note that the problem slide might be deliberately slightly contentious, almost just to stir up a little bit of controversy. So let's get on. So I thought it might be helpful to start with a review of yesterday, what I took away from yesterday. And these are big ticket items, general views. Firstly, that analytical wargaming can definitely help. Prevention being better than the cure, no pun intended, with the aim that we want to get in as early as possible to senior decision makers and provide that sort of holistic experience to them and processes, ways of thinking that will help them when an inevitable crisis arrives. And that's not only a pandemic that we're in now. Equally though, if we're in the situation we're in today, that the crisis is here, we can still help. And we do this best by considering the whole problem space. And we talked yesterday about intersectionality. I know that specifically that means something to one specific analytical area, but in defence we would talk about cross-DLOD or PESTLE, so looking at defence lines of development, infrastructure, training, etc., PESTLE, political, economic, social, and tying all of those pieces of the puzzle together. We talked about how matrix and seminar style war games were probably the right way to go in this environment, and I put Wargame Lite, LITE, after it, and that's tipping my hat to sort of rest yesterday, saying, well, actually, Wargame, despite being in vogue at the moment, might not be the right response. And we need to sort of remind our customers and stakeholders that actually there's a golf bag approach here and wargaming is one tool. Speed, if we want to be helpful in the current situation, is vital. And that's both in terms of development of the tool, the wargame, the implementation of it, and also equally in generating those outputs, because those are the things that our customers are most interested in. We need to know and engage with our stakeholders, not just why, but how. So there was a lot of discussion yesterday on several of the presentations about the focus being on sort of policy and supporting those strategic decision makers, but also several of the speakers mentioned that actually one of the issues they confronted was the how. How do we actually implement these policies? And I'm sure we've all been in a situation where senior leaders have said, excellent, that's what we're going to do, walked out of the room and left the staff behind who are looking at each other in sort of horror of how are we going to do this? And wargaming can play a really important part in helping to tease out the how. It's all about the message. So we touched on the comms and the media piece, not only in terms of how the outputs of a wargame might be perceived, but actually once the wargame has had utility and produced beneficial outputs, how are they going to be messaged out to the wider population or others within government or other government departments or staff? And that's something that a wargame could help as well to consider. And I think that comes back to consideration of the whole problem space. And data capture, if we're running an analytical wargame, then we really need to understand what are those metrics that we are endeavouring to capture and seek through the medium of the wargame. And that flows from our concept of analysis and into the sort of collection event. How are we going to do that in the wargame itself, the event itself? And there's a number of interesting options for that discussed yesterday. I'm sure we'll touch on those as well. And they feed directly into the outputs, the benefit that we're going to give to the customer. And the final point came up quite a few times was excellence, being the enemy of good enough. And so, yes, we obviously want to reach the bright sunlit uplands where everything is 100%, but sometimes, especially in the current situation, we just are not going to be in that space. Wrong way, sorry. So hopefully, what is the process that we're involved with? You will all be familiar with the diagram on the screen in front of you. Very simple, design, plan, execute, analyze, and then exploit. That's what we're going to do in terms of providing service for our customers. You can see some of the documents, and this is a defence, UK defence sort of model. It's very standard, study, design, and execution process. The stakeholder, normally the customer, will focus on the execute phase, because that's the interesting bit. That's where I get to come to your wargame. However, we all recognise that the execute phase, the wargame event, might well be the shortest element in that chain. And so we need to spend a lot of time, I think, on the design and plan, and then the analysis and exploitation phase, because that's where we start to derive more robust, more rigorous opportunities for analysis, supporting decision makers with evidence and not just subjective insight. Equally, it's important that we move through each of these stages as rapidly as possible to deliver that help and support. So, onto the slightly contentious problem space from a traditional wargame approach. My view, my worldview only. So, in terms of the design and plan, quite often this is relatively slow to get off the ground and get up and running. One element of that is that last point, the excellence, being the enemy of good enough. We all want to make the wargame product as good as possible. Our customers all want it to be as detailed as possible and to include as much as possible. There's a danger there, clearly, that we can all see, that you keep adding more and more and more in, and it gets more and more complicated and harder to actually get after what it is we want to do in the execution phase and then drive forward into the analysis and exploitation. And that leads on to the difficulty then in sourcing the data and the information, and also the attendees, bearing in mind that we want SMEs, subject matter experts, to attend if at all possible. And I think we all talked about yesterday about the problem of sort of rubbish in, rubbish out. So we need to get our data captured and management plan set up at the start. What are we going to use? But equally, remember that maybe the 80% solution is where we want to be aiming at. If it's good enough to be helpful, then we just move and get on. I think there's a perception piece out there at the moment, and you'll probably be familiar with the article that was on War on the Rocks, Obstacles on the Road to Better Analytical Wargaming, which was a sort of critique, a mild sort of slap on the wrist from the author to sort of the wargaming community as a whole, saying that we could have lost our way, especially in big budget productions, war games that are set up once or twice a year and take a long time to execute and cast of many. And this is where we come onto the execute phase. Because we've made them very large, they're complex to run, they require a cast of many, and they're resource heavy. And we touched on this yesterday, where especially in the extreme situation that we're in at the moment, if we want to place a demand on resource, we've got to be absolutely sure that what we're delivering, the execution is crisp and delivers output that is going to help them in the problem space that they find themselves in the immediate environment. Depending on what type of war game we're running with, the execute phase might require specialist equipment. So if we're going down a computer-aided war game, then that also limits where it can be held, who has the right equipment to run it on, is the data that we're using, what level of classification is it? So these are all issues that may cause problems at the moment. And I think there's an issue of stakeholder understanding of what the war game can and should deliver for them, and what they're expecting as they go in. And maybe that's our fault for not educating them sufficiently at the start in the design plan phase and bringing them on board. And I think the final two elements are really critical, and is that if we don't set ourselves up in the design and planning from an analytical perspective with the concept of analysis, metrics, and understanding all those variables that we want to assess, we run the risk of not executing that data capture particularly well in the event. And lastly, it's a one-off. War games are by their nature one-off, and that's a real problem. And we need some way of addressing this. And I think dialing down the complexity, making them a more rapid approach, will allow us to run more events over a shorter period of time. Focusing on one or more key themes that we derive from our concept of analysis and the data that's coming out of the war game that we're capturing. The problem we've got, though, is wider than that, in that if we don't do the first phases correctly, our outputs and issues are not correctly defined, and have to query whether or not they're even real analysis. Yes, they're badged as such, but quite often, as we said, it's BogSat plus territory where, yes, the customers go away with a warm feeling. Who wouldn't? They spent a nice time discussing things that they enjoy with a group of peers, and you get a warm feeling out of that. But do they really understand the benefit of it? It may be only slightly later that they sort of scratch their heads and go, I'm not sure really what I got out of that. And that's not helping us promote wargaming as a tool that could be useful for them. So bigger events lead probably to slower output, slight confusion over what we are exploiting or looking to analyse and then deliver. And that distribution normally at the moment comes via sort of large Word documents, because a Word document that's large means that you've done a good job, doesn't it? It goes in, it's a weighty tome, there you go, feel the quality of that paper, and 9 times out of 10, it goes straight into the bottom drawer. It doesn't get a wider distribution that we would want, and therefore even if there is decent work that's been put in, it has limited reuse, limited applicability to other problem areas, and that's a risk. So those are sort of the highlight, the problem space that I perceive, and I know that I'm running on, so I have to move on swiftly. So the idea then behind rapid wargame analysis is, let's go for the 80% solution. Let's set our sights slightly lower, and let's put that message across to our stakeholder customer community. With the apology, obviously, to Mr. Box there, all models, tools, and wargames are wrong. Some are useful. Well, if they're going to be useful, then let's just go with it. Let's run with it. I hear what Ivanka said earlier about we run the risk of giving incorrect outputs that may drive wrong decisions from senior decision makers. But that can be mitigated somewhat by having that first phase, that analysis setup phase, done correctly and robustly. We need to define and endorse those key questions early, and the associated metrics, and that's that analytical piece that I was talking about. I envisage this being, a really open discursive forum, seminar or matrix style. However, I think to focus, and we touched on this yesterday about this immersive environment, we want the players and the people attending to join in and really get to grips with, is maps and counters. There's something there about having tangible pieces of paper and counters to maneuver on the board. We said yesterday, people don't tend to get upset if you say to them, you lost 3 or 4 of your items. But if you actually take the counters away, that causes them to really think and buy into it. So those are there as a sort of focus for their attention and immersive piece. Dice. Yes, let's include that, and that's one of the outputs of the matrix style environment, that you can have that element to it, the random piece, which obviously in defence I've seen the senior officer in the room moment, that will never happen, move on. No, we really do want to understand, because what happens if it does go wrong for you, or actually you have a critical success and it works really well? What would be the flip side of that? So we need to sort of include that sort of random element. The enemy always gets a vote. We need to make sure that we play the enemy or the opposition or the virus or problems into this really robustly, and challenge, constructive contrarianism, I suppose, the discussion, especially from those senior people who are involved. I think we want a sort of, I've termed it, a wide-angle stakeholder base. So the lack of awareness from stakeholders, they all, everyone's working very hard. We're all in our own little stovepipes of excellence, and we may not have awareness that the person on the desk next door to you or in the other office has the critical piece of information or work that could really help you in a positive way. So we need to be aware of that when we run a slide rule over the attendee list, that we want to have as wide a possible group coming in, and if not, that will definitely impact in a negative way their ability to influence outcomes at a later stage. It's a systems style approach. We're looking, and this agrees with what we talked about yesterday, seeking to identify the seams between different areas of responsibility, the gaps, the areas where people may or may not take responsibility, and oh, I thought you were doing that. No, you should definitely be doing that. So we need to make sure that those are all covered off. We want to give out additional benefit, the second and third order effects and the unintended consequences of actions or decisions. One element we've played with recently over the last 12 to 15 months from work for the British Army. It's looking at centre of gravity analysis, and it really helped them understand, don't take always the direct approach. There are other ways to get your head around the problem space. Moving on. So what does this actually look like? In DIY terms, when we're doing planning, before we get into the execution, so you're around the home looking to improve your house, the old adage is measure twice, cut once. So let's spend as much time as possible getting it set up correctly. Let's set it up from an analytical perspective. Let's treat it as an analytical project that we are involved in. Have our analysis estimate, our concept analysis, which drives what we want to capture in the execution phase, how we're going to analyze it at the end, and the exploitation path. How is this going to be of benefit in the short, medium, and long term for the customer? And I think we always need to hold in the back of our minds that 80% solution. When we're in discussion, the execution phase, the actual event itself, seminar or matrix, we want to try, if possible, to do live insight and data capture in event. It aligns to the metrics that have already been agreed and endorsed by your customers. It gives a really, really rapid entry engagement for those people in the room, because they get to see, if you've got it projected on the wall, wow, they're capturing it correctly. That's really important. Oh, I see how it links to the metrics. This is engaging me. I like this. So that's a really powerful tool that I've seen work really well over the last year or so or more. And as I say, it gives you a rapid endorsement, a sanity check, especially if you've got like a dashboard type approach, so that people can see at the breaks, right, decision point has been reached, here we are, this is the data that's captured, everybody happy, correct, move on. And you get a clear step through an endorsement of the process. Clearly, if we follow through from design, plan and execute as we've just discussed, then our outputs are going to match the expected metrics that our customers need to show, improve the evidence that's being generated and thus improve the quality of their decisions. We want to see a rapid turnaround. It's no good saying, I will give you a Word document report or a PowerPoint or whatever it is in a month. We need to be much, much quicker at this. And that means that it's a short report, a briefing note, followed by face-to-face briefings. And those are absolutely key, I believe, for really getting points across and bringing people on board. And it's a great opportunity for your stakeholders to bring other peers into the loop as well and show how this tool could really help them as well. And the idea is, if we do enough of these small, rapid 80% solution war games, that we'll be able to have a sort of more integrated analysis war game experimentation campaign over time that allows us to use this and keep coming back over and over again to test and adjust the information that we're learning. Last slide. Benefits.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I won't go through those. You can see them there. I think if we follow this sort of plan, it's largely what we discussed yesterday. It gives us benefit, but it also, more importantly, gives the customers, and you can see those there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josh. Up next, we have Karim Gonzalez from the Mexican Navy, and he'll be speaking on unclogging decision-making bottlenecks through crisis simulations. Karim, pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me. Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see it all right?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Let me get my video on as well so you guys can see me as well. There you go, should be working now. Okay, cool. Right, so thank you all for having me, and it's a pleasure to see some of the familiar names from the Department of War Studies, where I was able to be at a few years ago. So I know I'm quite short on time, so I'm going to get right into it. And my proposal is mostly geared towards this objective of training decision makers and giving them a tool for which they can help them navigate through this crisis. And it's probably going to be very similar to what the Matrix and the seminar style games that were mentioned and talked about yesterday, but I would like to expand on them. I do think that crisis simulations are some of the most comprehensive tools for this style of wargaming, and that's why I think it's an appropriate tool. Just super basic background: I was first exposed to crisis simulation as a wargaming tool back in my time at King's. I ran through the different crisis simulations that we've done at King's every year, and still are done up to this day, and at other universities as well. And then when I came back to my home country of Mexico, I started collaborating with the Navy and the wargaming department as a wargaming advisor, and working mainly on crisis simulation, and a few pictures of a crisis simulation that we ran just this past December. So that's a little bit of the background in crisis simulation. So very practical. This idea is very practical. It's all about speed and accuracy of implementation. So the problem that I identify, and with experience of all the crisis simulations that I've participated and directed, is we've found a similar pattern in how can we manage this crisis, right? There's a few elements that we've noticed that are important for crisis navigation, right? The first one is ideas and solutions. You need proposals to bring forward and help as potential solutions to the problem. Then you also need cooperation between all the different parties and all the people that are involved in the crisis. And then you need to implement these ideas and solutions, right? But quite simple. However, what we found is that the bottleneck for crisis management and crisis solution seems to be the cooperation item, right? Ideas and solutions are never in short supply. And I think even a workshop like this is testament to this. In just a few days, we're able to put together at least 20 proposals, right? And there were probably even more than that. So ideas and solutions are never really the problem, right? And implementation, obviously, depending on what the problem is, can be more easy or more complicated. However, what we notice is that if you have cooperation and proper communication between all the different parties, implementation becomes much easier. So cooperation really seems to be the bottleneck and seems to be the key to crisis management. Cooperation and communication between everyone, right? And so this is what we call a problem of the mixed motive game type, right? For those familiar with game theory, you have your zero-sum games, your positive-sum games, and your mixed motive games. And the mixed motive game is the sort of game in which you have a particular, where everyone kind of agrees on the objective. Everyone wants the same thing, however they differ in how you reach that, right? Sorry. Let me go back. There you go. So you differ in how you reach that consensus and under which terms do you come up to that common agreement, right? That's a mixed motive game. And crises are certainly of this type. And the problem is, and what we've noticed is that usually it's the inability to reach consensus and that blocks decisive decision making, right? This is where the bottleneck gets created because everyone comes up with their ideas and solutions and this is what we should do. But then when it comes down to getting everyone to cooperate and coordinate action, that's when you run into trouble, right? And I can't quite put my finger on, and because this happens every time we run one of these crisis simulations, every time teams put forward some of their proposals, for some reason that I really can't explain, maybe it's just selfishness or maybe it's just lack of communication and understanding of the other teams and actors around them, but it's always a very tunnel vision proposal, right? They're just thinking about themselves, what they want for themselves, and what would be best for themselves in solving this crisis, right? And obviously this becomes a problem because once you have all the different proposals submitted, but each of them is kind of pulling in their own direction, it's a nightmare to get everyone to cooperate and to communicate. And this is something that, sure, it's eventually going to happen, but what a crisis simulation allows you to do is to test these precise problems before they make it to the negotiations table, right? So surely we're not trying to predict the future. Wargaming is never intended to predict what's going to happen, but to prevent this from happening, right? And I think this is where the value of crisis simulation really shines, because it helps you kind of foresee what could the potential downfall be and what could the potential bottlenecks exist, right? And I think that's the biggest value that crisis simulation can bring into this mixed motive sort of game, right? So the proposal very, very quickly is a plug and play crisis simulation model, right? When I say plug and play, I'm referring to a sort of model that requires very little setup. There's a few adjustments that need to be made. There's a few things that need to be specified for each individual case and in each individual context, but the model itself, the cookie cutter model, quote unquote, is the same one for all of them, right? So, and these can include some items as of how to teach them how to do targeted research for the particular case that they're dealing with, how to distribute roles and committees, what the simulation mechanics are, how to actually run the simulation, and most importantly, how to do the AAR, right? The after-action report, which is arguably the most important part of this, to draw lessons from it and to prepare the next iteration of a crisis simulation, if that be the case, right? And the beauty of crisis simulations is that they are immensely adaptable. And in terms of duration and iterations, I mean, we've ran crisis simulations that last a few hours and up to 3 or 4 days. You can do as many iterations to test all the different assumptions and the new ideas that might pop into the team's mind. In terms of number of participants, same thing. I mean, we've done crisis simulations with as little as 10 to 12 people up to the 200 or 300 participants, right? So extremely flexible in terms of adaptability, very scalable models. And the beauty about this is that although most crisis simulations that we always run in physical format, where we actually all at a venue, in actuality, most of the tools that we use to run the simulation are virtual, right? So it's a very smooth and easy transition from a physical venue to a virtual venue to where we can run this simulation. So it's not a problem. It's a tool that can very easily be implemented virtually, right? So the idea is that the team that helps implement this crisis simulation standard model, let's just say, that we provide the initial training. I don't think it's realistic to think that we're going to be able to participate at all the crisis simulations that all the teams who may be interested in this tool could participate in. But we offer the initial training. We kind of run it through the whole process the first time, and then let them run with it. You know, let them go with it and let them absorb the tool, and then maybe if they find it valuable and useful, they can transmit it to the other teams around it, right? And then we're just there for continued support. So certainly we're not going to be there all the time. However, what I think is valuable is that even if in this first iteration that we do with any of these teams, it can serve as data for us as the research team to do qualitative analysis for best practices and recommendations, right? If it's a tool that seems helpful, chances are that word is going to spread and more teams are going to be interested in it. And if we can detect the different patterns that we see as we go along, we can start coming up with some best practices and recommendations, right? So this is just a few pictures. That the reason why I think this is so appealing is because we already have all these tools. We already know what the structure of this crisis simulation looks like. I mean, we've done a bunch of them. I mean, this is just an example of one of the distribution of the chain of command, right? We already know what we need, how the structure needs to be set up, how committees should work, the supervisors, the media committee. We already have all this set up, right? The tools, for example, this is the one that we used at King's a few years ago. We already know how to set up these tools, how the flow of information should work, these are examples of some of the directives, right, which are some of the orders that you put forward. We already have all these formats. We already know what information we need, how to process them, and how to relay them back to the committees and the participants, right? So we already have all of this. It's very easy to put together and actually it's a simple process because most of these crisis simulations are designed for massive amounts of participation. You're talking 200 to 300 people. And I hardly think that would be the case with some of the teams that could be interested in this. So, you know, simplifying them is much easier than expanding on them, right? Simplification is always easier than adding. So I think it's something that's ready to go. This is just an example that I'm going to skip over, but I can elaborate on it in the Q&A if you guys are interested to understand better how it would actually play out. And lastly, this is my last slide. So this is just like the summary of the Crisis Simulation Pro. So it allows for a streamlined decision-making process that allows for prevention rather than reaction, right? So we can look at these red flags before they pop up in the negotiations table and in the cooperation talks, right? It's an inexpensive and quick to teach and implement model, as I talk about. It requires little to no equipment. Literally anyone with a laptop can participate in this sort of games. It's replicable and adjustable, as I mentioned. Data can be quickly synthesized as well. And it allows to test assumptions in safe to fail environments, which I think is something that would be most welcomed by decision makers and policy makers who may be free to explore these things without having severe consequences in their hands, right? And lastly, and I think this is, I'll close with this thought, is it could be a decision-making self-fulfilling prophecy. And what I mean by this is, and this is something that probably doesn't get talked about, but we've seen it, especially with military, but in reality, anything that involves leadership, is that a suboptimal decision taken with full conviction can be more effective than an optimal decision taken hesitantly, right? Because it gives you this source of morale, and it gives you the conviction can become self-fulfilling, even if the solution is not the optimal one. And it does increase morale because it allows teams and people who are fighting this crisis to see that their leaders and their decision makers are actually thinking things through. They're putting them through a system of testing, and they're not just winging it or coming up with them on the fly. They're actually taking it seriously. And that morale and the conviction can become self-fulfilling in making the decisions more effective. So I'll stop there, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Karim. And we'll start with two questions to both panelists. The first is, what do you see as the relevance of these methods applied to the current pandemic? And a question for Karim, do you make a distinction between simulations and war games?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do I make a distinction between simulations and war games? They also, I mean, I consider simulation a kind of wargaming, right? A tool for wargaming. It's certainly a tool that is not looking to predict the future. It's not looking to, sometimes it's not even looking to give us answers as much as it's trying to allow us to shed a light on the questions that we might be overlooking, right? And from this sort of questions, you can draw conclusions and, like I mentioned, best practices and recommendations. It's certainly, I mean, in wargaming, it's certainly, usually you might not have this interactive blue team, red team dynamic, but in Crisis, I do think that's the case. And that's why Crisis simulations, I consider them a mixed motives game, because even though everyone is kind of looking for the same goal, which in this case would be to contend the pandemic and to overcome the pandemic and the challenges, there's still contention and differences as to how we go about doing it, right? Which is the example that I was going to explain, but you know, it was going to make the presentation run for a bit longer. But yeah, I do consider crisis simulation a type of wargaming in that sense.
So just to clarify, what you're describing is this a process for? I mean, is the purpose educational or analytical?
And analytical. I mean, the idea is for this to be actually able to be implemented, and for teams who are finding themselves unable to make decisive decisions, let's just put it that way, to be like, okay, why can't we cooperate? Why is this not working? And then the crisis simulation gives you this safe to fail environment to test these different assumptions. And I can guarantee that even one iteration of a crisis simulation would bring not only those problems to the surface, but many other ones that they probably didn't even consider. And that's the preventive nature of them. So we notice them before they happen in the real negotiation table, right? So it's preventive.
So Josh, would you like to come back on how you see your method applied to the understanding the short and long-term effects of the pandemic?
I think I have to agree with Karim, actually. It's about getting those decision makers and stakeholders. And I noticed somebody asked a question about, how do you differentiate between customer and stakeholder? To my mind, they're very, very similar in this instance. And exposing problem spaces, allowing people to have that structured debate that focused around the analytical structure that you've worked through with those customers and stakeholders to understand what is it you want, and almost the primary, secondary, and third order effects of what is it you're looking to get out of this, and trying to cast the net as wide as possible. And I like the idea of the mixed motive piece that we've just heard about, because actually we get those stakeholders in the group, everybody's got their own agenda. They might be part of the cabinet or the government and therefore toe the party line, but actually individually, individual government departments will all have their own message they want to get across, their own corner to fight. And they're all constrained by resource. So, you know, that's a good example of how something like this would be able to expose some of those issues for wider debate, discussion, and at least then everybody is understanding the entire problem space.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, and this always happens with crisis simulations, but also with wargaming in general, is that one of the downsides of it is that you actually need the decision makers, the people who will actually be making the decisions in the real scenarios. You ideally want those people in the simulation, right? Because otherwise it kind of gets, it's not, the results are not as accurate. However, most of these people, especially when you go up higher in the senior ranks, either don't have the time for it, or they drop out in the middle of the session, or they just, and this happens, they dismiss wargaming as, okay, so it's a waste of time because I don't have time to play a game, right? I'm in the middle of a crisis, right? So, but this is general to wargaming. The beauty about the crisis simulation model and the matrix and the seminar style gaming is that it can be adjusted to that. You got a couple hours, perfect. We'll craft it to be only a couple hours. You want to go in depth? Okay, we'll make it a couple of days. The flexibility and the accessibility is what I think is the strongest point, at least in this particular case.
So we have a few questions on the role of players.
Yeah.
Karim, you've done the King's Crisis Simulation, which is a student-run simulation that's organized over several months. And that graduate students are the main participant in these kinds of events. To both panelists, do you see value in non-experts playing these games, and for what types of research questions?
So, if I may, yes, I think I do see value in it. So this comes back to your original question to Karim, I think, about education or for analysis. And I think actually we may say that this is for analysis, but it has an underlying, not very far beneath the surface, sort of educational perspective as well. So we're looking to sort of help provide a process for people that allows them to deal with this multifaceted problem, and knowing that there are the mixed motives from their own peers and stakeholder communities that they need to draw on to deliver solutions. The question, I think, was continuity of players or different players across iterations. I mean, ideally, you would want to keep the same players if possible. We all know that actually in a military environment, that's really hard because they have postings and they move in and out of jobs at irregular or irregular points. And that's true in companies as well. You may speak to a manager in one day, and then the next week he or she is gone and has moved on for whatever reason. Ideally, those people will be interchangeable because they are selected for a post or a role because they've got a skill set and then should be able to apply their judgment and experience. You may lose, as we all know, you may lose a little bit of time for sort of reading at the start, but it should work. It shouldn't be a showstopper.
So if you have,
oh, sorry.
So if you have multiple, I mean, the same group of people playing the same game twice, how do you factor in for the fact that they're learning something? And when they play the game, if a group of players plays the same game twice, they would have learned something from the first game. How do you account for that analytically?
So it depends if you're playing exactly the same game again, or are you playing, conducting almost sensitivity analysis or an iteration of that game because you've now moved on their thinking and their learning from their start state, their baseline state, and now you're lifting up their knowledge base and uplifting and including all of the impacts and assessments from the first phase of the war game into the second phase. I absolutely agree. If you're just rerunning the same game and you've got the same people, there may be issues there, but that in itself is not a bad thing in that it shows that they're learning. And as long as we can capture that, the differences between the original and the second or third, then that's a useful insight.
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, just to comment on that, it's I think the attractive part of this is that because those screw-ups are going to happen regardless, right? And you're going to learn mostly from trial and error. But if you can have the trial and error happening in a safe to fail environment, is certainly more valuable than having it in the real world, right? And what I would say to the first question is, yes, non-experts are most welcome, because we actually know that we're not. Sure, you need the experts, you need the expertise, the subject matter or experts, but what you mostly need is people who can think clearly. People who have clear thinking, that are aware of things like cognitive biases, right? That they can just think very clearly. And usually, and this is a phenomenon that happens not only in wargaming but in academia in general. Sometimes solutions come from the outsiders, right? Because experts, sometimes we're so narrowly focused on our topics that we are just completely oblivious to the outside and to alternatives that could be very valuable, but they're outside of our view, of our plane of view, because we're just so narrowly focused. And non-experts are the ones who can bring insight from their own fields and maybe give us some ideas that we really didn't even consider, right? So there's certainly a room for them, and it's not. If you combine people who can think clearly and with the experts and outside influence, that's a very nice mixture for problem solving, which is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're just problem solving.
Well, thank you both very much. There's a number of other questions on the chat, and I would encourage you to answer those during the next session. And I'll turn over to Dr. David Banks, who will be chairing panel 2.
Thank you.
Usual, I didn't unmute. Hello, everybody. Yes, so I'm going to jump straight in. I'm chairing the panel for possible end states to the COVID crisis. And first up is Adam Svensson, who is going to present on mapping and gaming the coronavirus. I'm just going to ask the presenters to try to, if it's possible, to keep me in the window on their screen, because what I'll do is I'll change my background to say 2 minutes when there's 2 minutes left of the presentation. So that'll make sure we have time for questions. So whenever you're ready, Adam, go ahead and share.
Great, thanks. Yeah. Full screen. Okay, hopefully you can all see my slides and hear me. Thank you for having me. It's been a very interesting couple of days listening to the different versions presented, and hopefully my presentation here today will build and contribute to the discussion there. So a little bit of background about myself quickly. I'm an intelligence and defense strategist, researcher, educator, and consultant, and I wear those very different sort of hats and do those very different tasks. And what I'm going to talk about to you all today is mapping and gaming the COVID-19 coronavirus via intelligence engineering. So by way of a quick introduction, really, intelligence engineering essentially consists of an intelligence engineering framework, which is relevant as displayed there on the slide. Firstly, their risk analysis, assessment, through to the actual risk management, and thirdly, they're helping to facilitate overall conditions of, say, resilience. And arguably, this is done for 2 key reasons, again displayed there on your slide. Firstly, there for context appreciation, so that'd be the analysis, the assessment, or if you're familiar with the military, sort of the intelligence G2J2 type work. And then secondly, moving on, as displayed there again on the slide there, towards an improved solution fashioning approach, which looks much more at what I see as the engineering and the building synthesis side, and then the sort of GJ3 operations and training related tasks. And the example I'm going to give this afternoon, I'm focusing on using systems of systems dynamics, and the ones I'm going to use here, as displayed on the slide again, the HSCB, so relating to human, social, cultural, and behavioural. And again, on the slide there, it displays how each of those can be broken down in a little bit more refined way. And this is sort of an approach that's used by entities such as the US military. So moving swiftly on, the intelligence engineering toolbox then can be summarized as consisting of 5 tool sets, and each of those offer the tools, if you like. And each tool set consists of essentially a bite-sized intelligence engineering process step. And in each turn, each of those steps can be progressed linearly in a building sort of manner towards the ends. And overall, the process can be argued to be at least a semi-structured analytical framework for risk. This next slide shows what I've just described as the toolbox with its different 5 steps. So as it's quite a busy slide, I'll just quickly walk through it from the top left-hand corner through to the green star, the signifier node. First up, you're choosing your focus. So it can be any sort of theme, issue, problem, hazard or risks. Obviously, in this case, we're looking at the coronavirus, COVID-19. You then move on to selecting which systems or system dynamics to use. So again, as I introduced earlier in the presentation here, using those of human, social, cultural, behavioral as an example. And then moving on to step 3, you can take each of those systems and break them down into those 8 listed variables and attributes, so ranging from internal influences and factors through rationale, types and forms, conditions and terms, trends, including SWOT analysis type approaches, their functions, their external influences and factors, and finally their effects and outcomes. And in turn, each system variable behind that, as you go on to the next step 4, can be broken down into a series of different levels, which range at the sort of the highest, the broadest, the most macro at the top there, ideological, down through to the most personal there at the bottom, or the lower micro ranging levels. And the idea out of following through all that sort of work is to finally identify at the end there firstly, your key actors, who are we talking about, B, the key forces, factors of change involved, and also see the possible change over time. So here we can summarize that as captured there in the bottom left-hand corner of the slide, about the players, the relationships, and the drivers involved, with the particular means, motives, and opportunities that can be identified. Now, underpinning this framework, as we've heard a lot already throughout the sessions, is a very matrix approach towards putting these issues together. So quickly, we can see that we use the social systems analysis variables down on the left-hand side column, so human, social, cultural, behavioral, and then across the top there, you have the different system attributes and variables. And just showing as a quick example, you can see how you can roughly fill out the different matrices and identifying areas of where you perhaps don't know so much, and essentially you're just putting in a lot of questions to help query and identify a little bit more about what is going on. In the second matrix, take it further on, this time across the top, as you can see on the slide there, you have your system analysis units, again, human, social, cultural, behavioral in this example. And then down on the left-hand side there, the column on the left-hand side, you have different levels of analysis. And again, has a very straightforward, pretty self-explanatory way of being filled out to highlight the core aspects. Again, using in this example, the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic, and how we can address the different areas. There's a third mapping if you wish to choose to go further in these processes. I haven't really got time now to go through it all again, this further in-depth stage, but you can take the 2 last mapping matrices results and plot them on this third type of map. And again, overall, this will then help to extract your ABCs we talked about earlier, the key actors, forces, factors of change involved, and the possible change over time. And again, you can break that down further into these sort of A1, A2, A3, B1 to 3, and C1 to 3 different dimensions. So quickly moving on to some overall conclusions. Arguably, this sort of intelligence engineering approach effectively captures and then addresses the complexity of the what we could almost term the multi-everything nature of operational environments, trying to be first of all captured either through the mapping and then subsequently gamed. A number of different participants can be involved. So here we list academic, government, civil society, and so forth. And on the right-hand side of the picture there, from a RAND document, helps to illustrate all the different sectors covered. It can also, do classical sort of intelligence analysis work, help fill the gaps, cover any missing dimensions, join and connect any the so-called dots, and help people think outside of boxes in terms of particularly the classic known knowns, unknown unknowns, and all the rest of it. And again, as illustrated there on the right-hand side of the slide, across all the different domains of operation. So arguably this type of work is useful for operational strategic early warning to do with issues. You can, if you're more behind the curve, for example, you can also use it in perhaps more of a crisis management type context when you're actually in the crisis, as we are currently with the COVID-19 coronavirus. And again, there are a number of pretty standard points there for what it seeks to give in terms of its added value. So overall, it can help with sort of intelligence optimization, if you like, and then move towards looking at how we can best transform events and developments for our best sort of opportunities and possibility reasons. As I've zipped through it rather quickly here in my 10 minutes, I will just leave up some further reading, which you can consult if you wish to explore this sort of methodology towards mapping and gaming a little bit further. And I'll be very happy to drill into any aspects further in the question and answers section. And also, please feel free to reach out to me, particularly via my Twitter handle there. Thanks so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam. And now we have Ian Robinson, who's going to present on using experimental design to explore tactical choices and their outcomes for the COVID crisis. So go ahead, if Ian is there. There's Ian there, and he has slides. Moment.
Share. Sorry, got it.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, good afternoon from North Yorkshire. We've got a short YouTube video to show you with about a 2.5-minute introduction, followed by 6 to 7 minutes meat and gravy of what we've done. So enjoy.
This presentation came about through a process of repeated play, experimental in its nature but serious in its approach, by the application of a technique called designed experimentation. It started through reviewing existing material from the Connections UK website and spotting a very simple game called Take That Hill and wondering how it is best played. Simple games are good because they boil a problem down to its bare essence. In Take That Hill, we pondered on what strategy Blue should adopt. Ian and myself approached this question from very different directions. As a dyed-in-the-wool computer scientist, I approached it from a procedural, process-orientated direction, identifying data structures that describe quantifiable aspects of the microworld, and then the processes, that is the rules of the game, that worked over the data structures. This is related to the notion of playing a war game through the use of a wargaming schema, internalised in humans, as described by Peter Perler in his Art of Wargaming and his insightful Connections UK 2013 talk. The assumption being that the game would iterate it using these wargaming schema to a finite endpoint. As part of the schema, Blue developed strategies of repeatable legal moves of the game's playing pieces. This results in a bottom-up sequence of processing, looking for emergent themes. The downside is that although you can play a game and possibly win a game, you don't know exactly how it's best played. Ian, by contrast, is a physicist by first calling. He is more taken to mapping and understanding real-world physical processes, having a 30-year career in the chemical industry as a troubleshooter. He is what I call a ruthless finisher, by virtue of his commercial training. When a complex industrial process goes bad, it needs to be beaten back into shape. understood and new systems of control imposed on it. Designed experimentation is a powerful technique, intrinsically parallel, investigating multiple variables for finding optimal solutions in the chemistry of the process. Designed experimentation has a generate and test methodology allowing for the non-intuitive combinations to be tested. In game terms, it discovers novel winning strategies by marrying these two approaches together. That of micro-world design and designed experimentation, a productive research combination was found to investigate Take That Hill, and we were quite happy with that. What occurred next was the COVID-19 pandemic, something totally unplanned and seemingly unrelated. However, Ian formed a data connection between these two phenomena and found that designed experimentation could provide some insightful analysis on the outbreak. In this case, a good solution is the recognition of a strategy that results in the overall reduction of deaths. Instead of building our own micro-world, this time we used an existing epidemial model.
Welcome to this presentation by Mark and Ian. We are a pair of PhD scientists collaborating under the banner Hearts of Oak. Mark is a computer scientist working in the NHS, and Ian is a physicist with 32 years experience in the UK chemicals industry. Between us, we have over 80 years experience of wargaming. Experimental design has a long history of use within the UK chemicals industry in exploration and optimization of both products and processes. It does this by identifying key variables and systematically altering them in a controlled manner that explores desired outcomes versus these variables. It balances the needs of academy, i.e. doing the right thing for understanding, versus economy, i.e. doing it in the quickest possible time with the least number of experiments. It uses multiple regression techniques to construct an understanding that can be projected onto a response surface, which allows easy identification of optimal positions. The technique is scientific, but gives unexpected results, and, if you will, explores fuzziness in the system. We will now demonstrate this method being applied to wargames and to epidemiological modelling. Take That Hill is a very simple wargame that can be played in under 15 minutes. It is an example of a game that you always win because the hill is always taken, but the value is in the lessons learned in terms of fire and movement doctrine, the advantages and disadvantages of concentration versus dispersion, and the importance of the positioning of the command element. There are two players denoted blue and red, with blue attacking from the woods on the left and red defending the position on the hill from the right. The blue player commands 3 sections, together with a platoon commander. The red player commands the opposing force of an enemy section hastily dug into the hill. The blue sections are tasked to advance across open ground with no cover from view or fire and must clear the red section off the hill by advancing into their hex, whereas red's aim is to delay blue for as long as possible and attrite them in the process. The game was developed by Professor Phil Sabin and presented at Connections UK 2014. With the hyperlink below giving full details. We've taken 4 variables and explored them systematically to see their effect in the game. Variable A is movement, either moving one section and firing 2 if possible, or moving all 3 if possible. Variable B is movement, either moving from the back or the front. Variable C is dispersion, either keeping concentrated or dispersed. And variable D is command, either keeping that at the back or the front. We feed these tactical choices through into the matrix generated by the experimental design as shown, and draw your attention to run 1 at the top. This is where we fire 2 sections and move 1 section if possible, move always from the back, keep concentrated and keep the commander at the back. It turns out this combination maximizes the number of hits on the red section, minimizes the number of hits on the blue section, and reaches the hill in the shortest possible time, and is thus the optimal tactical choice. It's not obvious that keeping concentrated would work better than keeping dispersed. But we believe this result is a consequence of the game design, and as such the experimental design has uncovered this useful piece of information which could be used in turn to modify the game. We are currently writing up the detail of this in an academic paper. In a similar manner, we've taken an online epidemiology model which is available at the link below. We've identified 8 key variables highlighted on the slide as inputs to the model, and then we've explored the consequence of these variables using the experimental design in the manner shown below, with each run having set values for each variable identified. We then look at the clinical outcomes from the model for each run, including deaths per 1,000 population after a year, which we'll explore in more detail on the next slide. Run 1 indicates a relatively good clinical outcome with 2% dying and a peak time to infection of 74 days. However, Run 9 indicates a relatively poor clinical outcome with close to 8% dying and a peak time to infection of 52 days. Combining the results of all the runs together, we can identify which variables affect the outcome. And in this case, we're plotting as a response surface the number of deaths per 1,000 population as constant values or isopleths against the identified 2 controlling values, with all other variables at the center point in the design. You can see there are lines of constant clinical outcome for the input variables, and we've highlighted regions in this response surface that have both good and bad outcomes. Thus a complex model is reduced to a simpler form with little loss in accuracy. Repeating this analysis for the key clinical outcomes versus the input variables to the model allows us to highlight the interrelationships, which variables matter to each outcome, their relative strength and the trend they display with the clinical outcomes. This gives an overall view of the whole complex area. Experimental design in wargaming explores optimal strategies and highlights aspects of game design. It can systematically explore complex models, allowing for understanding of inputs versus outputs, underlying relationships, and identifying key variables. Visualization can be made using response surface maps to identify good and bad outcomes and highlight trade-offs. It should be possible to couple both a wargame to an analytical model to explore the pandemic in more detail. Thank you for watching this presentation, and contact us at the email shown below if you'd like to know more. Welcome.
So that's all we've got to say for now. Hand it over to Q&A.
Wonderful, thank you very much. If I could just ask you to unshare your screen. Wonderful, thank you. I encourage people who are observing and watching from afar to please post any questions they may have into the chat function for this. But I have a couple of questions to get things started. And essentially, it's almost the same question in reverse for both presentations. For Adam, it's to do with looking through the way you presented the systems of systems approach. It looks like a very inductive approach. You're essentially trying to uncover what variables matter from looking at as much possible data as you can. And that ultimately this gets you to a place where you're able to identify things like the key actors and the key forces. Now, the data gathering process seemed very clear to me. I'm interested if you could explain or elaborate further on how then, once you've identified all these variables, you're sure that you're identifying the key, the weightier ones. You know that once you've got all your actors or all your forces, that you're confident that you're saying, well, these are the most important actors and these are the most important forces. And then the question I have for Ian is almost the reverse, which is, it seems to me this experimental design system is one in which you have, as you use when you give the Phil Sable example, you have the rules and you have the variables, and you're trying to then assess what the kind of maximum kind of interactive impact is of these variables. But so then my question to you guys is, what if the model's not the right model? What's this experimental design give us that kind of more standard, just statistical forecasting is not giving us, right? What's the value added here in terms of predicting the outcome if it's using other models, variables, so to speak? So I'll ask Adam to answer his question first.
Thanks. Yeah, no, that's a good question. The idea is really to take this approach for a workshop approach. So have a group of different people working on it. And then you've got the prospect of, by the end of the workshop, being able to, when they've worked through the matrices, to then compare their different results. So you can break it up in a number of different ways, say a number of different tables. You can even have individuals, say, filling out each of these matrices. And through that way, it's also to help identify where any gaps are, where overlaps might be, where potential biases might be. So it can be run over different sort of time scales. So like I say, you could do it in a sort of a context where you just have constantly going, say, a workshop every period of time. And then you could have, say, a workshop that maybe occurs before a crisis. You could then do one in the middle of the crisis and just sort of see what pitch you get at the end if you compare the what I call sort of the hot wash-ups at the end of the games. So I think that's kind of how I see it as working in terms of a methodology.
So then you're saying that it's the participants themselves, it's the different plays of it that sort of help.
Yeah, very much so. And also it goes back to what we've already been discussing about. So you can have a mix of, say, well, you could have one workshop team who are subject matter experts, for example, playing it, and then you could have complete novices, general public, somebody just off the street, if you like, having and then comparing the different results and seeing, where similarities are, where differences are, just sort of classic, comparative analysis work on what they find.
Okay. I wonder if Ian can respond to the question I asked. I can see that Mark is responding in the comments, and but I wonder if Ian is able to.
I'd agree with what Mark's. I'd agree with what Mark's written there. The essence of what we did was to take an established game and then use the designed experiment process to flush out how the game actually behaved and optimize the strategy for winning it. But in the process of doing that, I think we highlighted that. Comparing it to real life, we found a strategy that you wouldn't want to do. And that's partly because of the game design. So we actually flushed out an inherent weakness in the game. So I think doing something like a designed experiment approach on a new war game is a very helpful way of testing the game and seeing whether you think it's going to work correctly or not.
So I understand this point. I guess what I just want to get your views on is what's the kind of value added, for, say, policymakers or the situation we find ourselves in now from breaking the game, from breaking the existing COVID models. How can we feed this back in a way that would be useful for example, policymakers or stakeholders?
Well, the important thing is that your game is a proper simulation or a realistic simulation of what you expect to happen. So if you have a poor game, and you then get policy stakeholders basing, we only have one roll of the dice in the COVID-19 crisis. So we better be sure that we're actually playing the optimal strategy. And that means to say that if we're doing that through simulations, then let's see that we're doing the right simulation and the right strategies in the first place. And we've already seen the Imperial College modelling in the UK suggesting that something like 250,000 people would die under a certain strategic assumptions before lockdown was introduced. And on the back of that, government then changed its strategy. So that's obviously the right thing to do, to put the lockdown. It stops the propagation of the disease. But the IC model has then changed its tune in terms of the output on that, in terms of the number of people they're forecasting dying. And some people are now saying it's only going to be 5,000 in the UK. I personally don't think that on the data trends that I've seen. So these are big
implications.
It's all based around analytical understanding of the model. They're basing it on a simulation.
Right. Okay. I have a question here from the chat, which is, and this is to you, Ian, as well. How does experimental design approach have advantages against machine learning techniques? It seems like it's a similar approach, but humans are determining the key methodologies in advance. So I wonder if you can answer that.
Well, machine learning techniques, I think by that I would understand that to be artificial intelligence, neural networks. That's what I would understand that question to mean. The big advantage in statistical design and design of experiments is you're declaring upfront exactly what you think your variables are. So in the case of, say, for instance, policymakers, those policies might be something like, well, do you ban international travel and at what stage in the pandemic? Or Do you have enough PPE in terms of the hospitals that you're providing for? These are individual variables that you can then declare and put into your game to understand. My own experience of artificial intelligence versus using designed experiments is that DOEs are always very robust, and they always tell you a percentage of the understanding that you've got. So say they give you 90% of the understanding that you've got. That tells you that there's 10% of the data that you don't understand. And the question is that down to noise, or is there a hidden variable that you're not aware about? But in the case of artificial intelligence methods, it never tells you precisely how much fit you've got there. You're assuming that you understand everything, and that's clearly not necessarily the case.
Okay, I think we have time for just perhaps one more question here, and I think it's interesting because it speaks to both of you. Somebody here has asked, some of us have a qualitative approach to wargaming while others adopt a quantitative one. How can we promote a convergence of these two schools? And this seems like a good question because both of yours are kind of big data approaches, but they come from a qualitative versus a quantitative side. So I wonder if either of you would like to speak to that question.
Yeah, if I may briefly, I see what I've have there is that quantitative data can equally be plugged in to that sort of matrix, so you can draw on quantitative data sources into that matrix, even though overall it's a very qualitative approach. So that would be where I would see the sort of fusion between, or getting the balance between quantitative data and qualitative data would come through in that intelligence engineering method I presented.
Okay, Ian, I wonder if you're able to respond to that.
Well, I think we want to really think about the community we've got going here. So there is no unique solution to this problem, and it's really getting everyone working together to get some kind of optimal solution out of it. And I would say that the two presentations you just heard have both got something to contribute to the big picture.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think we're going to have to leave it here. Although if you're able to keep an eye on the questions in the comments, there might be some more ones for you guys coming along. So be sure to keep an eye out for those. And otherwise, I think I'm going to turn it back over to Ivanka. I'm not sure. I think we may be taking a break here for a few minutes. And then we're coming back a few minutes after that.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Is that Ivanka?
No, I think she's still on mute. This is Shiho Ribsky.
All right, okay. I guess I'm just, there we go. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of trouble logging in. So let me just start video there there we go. Okay, so we're just past the time, so I guess we can just crack on with this next panel. I see there are plenty of people online. So my name is Matthew Moore, and I'm a member of faculty at King's and Director of Research in the Department of War Studies. So I'm chairing this panel today on security threats. So I guess I will hand over straight away to our first speaker, Shiho Ribsky. Is that right? Am I pronouncing
Yes,
it
that's
right?
correct.
Great. So you're going to talk to us on hybrid actors in the shadow of a pandemic. So I'll hand over to you. I'll mute myself for the moment. And you want to share your screen with slides?
Yeah, that would be great.
Great.
Okay, thank you so much, and really appreciate the invite to this this virtual conference. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do at the Hybrid COE, and you know, really in general, we're not medical experts, but we do deal with hybrid and hybrid actors, and much of what we do, much of our work is much more strategic. I will also mention that there generally is sort of this aversion to talking about our work as wargaming, so we tend to use experimental exercise, or really what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to take tools and techniques from the discipline of wargaming and incorporating them into our exercise program. So we're not just a bunch of folks sitting around the table talking about issues. There's actual thought behind some of the tabletop exercises that we put together and built. So just basic facts, we were founded in 2017. We're a very young organization. We've only been around for a couple of years, but we have 27 member states, and EU and NATO as institutions are part of our membership fee. We live in, we're based out of Helsinki, Finland. We're part of a Finnish law, but we're really more of the US equivalent of a nonprofit. We have several secondees, and so our member states will send secondees to our center to help with our work. I'm the US secondee to the Hybrid COE. My deputy is from Poland, and as I mentioned before, we've got a variety of different countries that are represented here. I do want to mention a little bit about what hybrid threats are and how we view them. You know, how we view hybrid threats, not only as a concept, but how this drives sort of our work. Hybrid threats, hybrid warfare, coming from the US perspective, I always thought of little green men running around. But that really isn't exactly the case. We consider this a coordinated, synchronized action that targets democratic states and institutions. This is a wide variety of means, exploits the threshold of detection and attribution, war and peace. This is a whole of government attack on all of our military, civil, public, and private institutions, and it influences decision makers at all levels, from local, state, or institution levels, in order for the adversary to gain some sort of strategic advantage while undermining or hurting the specific target. Again, this is kind of how we list out our domains and how we perceive the adversary. And how you can use various tools in concert with each other in order to achieve a certain effect. Let's see if we can click through this slide. Okay, a little bit about me and my background and how I ended up at the Hybrid COE. So who am I? Well, I'm the Director of Training and Exercises. I've been the director since June of 2019. I was a plank owner really for the training and exercise function coming here. So as I mentioned, I'm the US secondee of the Hybrid COE. I'm a contractor with the Department of State, but I spent and still currently serving in the U.S. Navy Reserves. And so I have 22 years of military service, both active and reserves, and counting. I drill in Naples, Italy with U.S. 6th Fleet. And so during my reserve time, I'm doing exercises. I'm an operational planner. I'm actually an electronic countermeasures officer by trade. I'm an NFO. And I got into wargaming through the Naval War College. I was assigned there as a reservist, and I would spend 3-4 weeks doing ethnography and analytical work for the War College. I actually worked under Dr. Hank Brightman on several war games, if you happen to know who he is. And then we do a lot of stuff beyond just this particular medical scenario. As I said, we talk about hybrid in a variety of different settings. We just completed a deterrence exercise, which had various cells, so it does really look like a war game. And we're working on something for the Austrian government on non-state actors. And we definitely support a lot of NATO and EU exercises here in theater. And then I'll also make a last plug for our wargaming course. We're bringing the Naval Postgraduate School out to Helsinki in August to teach a wargaming course for our member states. Yeah, so you can read the description for the scenario. This was a past exercise that we did. We did this in Brussels. This was in support of the Romanian EU presidency, and there was quite a serious political agenda behind this. I will admit, but it was really focusing on the various programs of the EU, specifically their crisis management and their rescue program. It was a fictitious scenario that we developed, but we wanted to look at the national and community level responses to handling a pandemic. We used a real life virus. We based it on a real life virus that had a respiratory virus that was highly contagious. And we brought in some Romanian medical experts in order to help build our scenario. Okay, what made a good scenario? I was part of the team to draft and build this. Again, when you talk about building scenarios for strategic decision makers, you sometimes have a very limited amount of time. I had 4 hours, and really no kidding, when I was approached and asked to assist on this project, I said, really, 4 hours? I was hoping for a week, 3 days. I mean, when you're really used to doing very deep dive analytical work, it's hard to really compress all of that in a short period of time. I mentioned possible political objectives, support for the particular program, but I think we always have to find ways to find sort of the goodness in that. Yes, strategic decision makers may come with their own political agenda, but our goal here is to know the audience and understand if there's anything of value that we also can gain from a research perspective as an institution, and then obviously educate strategic decision makers on a very specific time critical program. These are some of the tools that we used, particularly when we're building scenario. I really wanted the strategic decision makers to feel invested in what was happening. We did a very escalatory pandemic, a virus that required a serious amount of ventilators. And as I mentioned before, we did this in February of 2019. So to me, when we built this scenario, we really wanted to make the strategic decision makers aware of a very particular problem within the EU. We also want to kind of throw them a bone. So we wanted to do some predictable patterns. It's a confidence builder. Oftentimes, that's what people first gravitate to. So you want to give a couple of softballs to them so that it keeps people engaged. I mean, if you have a very difficult scenario and you ask very difficult questions, you know, oftentimes, especially if they don't know the answers and they feel like they are expected to, they may shut down a little bit. I always like to keep the groups as diverse as possible and small. I like 10 to 12. That is the maximum I prefer for some of these small discussion groups. I believe that that allows for a lot more of sharing of best practices. It opens the conversation up to allow everybody to have an opportunity to speak. And I love the element of surprise. That was one of the things that we built into this scenario. All of the injects, even though they were hourly, they were all surprising to the participants, and that was really the point. You know, bring in an element of the unexpected, because it really is boring to sit around a table and talk and do a scenario-based discussion when you already know what the questions are beforehand, or you already can predict what's happening. And some of the other critical elements mentioned that we're not a medical facility, we're not doctors here. So it was very important that we made sure that the pandemic events and the accurate depiction of the pandemic events, the virus and everything else was correct. And so that goes back to knowing your audience. Our audience was a mix of strategic decision makers, government officials, and medical professionals. So we wanted to make sure that it was engaging for everybody. And then, of course, we're the hybrid COE, so we want to amplify the hybrid activity, the disinformation, the cyber attacks, and other elements that could potentially be surrounding a pandemic event like this. Yeah, you know, running through just some key scenario elements. You know, we picked a medium-sized country. We wanted the virus to appear like the flu, so that more serious patients required respirators. We had, in conjunction with this, the spreading of this virus, we had forest fires in neighboring countries, which also needed these ventilators. And we wanted to build in sort of that element of confusion, uncertainty. You know, is it really the flu or is it this virus? And then also we wanted to stress the NATO EU membership in this particular case. So I'm just going through these slides really quick, but this is really to show that, again, we really did our research. We really made sure that we understood what would actually happen in a pandemic event. And again, it's really interesting that you know, life imitates art in this particular case. But some of the hybrid elements that we brought into this pandemic is that we want to increase the anti-government propaganda. Whether it's misinformation or disinformation, we wanted to show what the information environment was out there for the strategic decision makers, and you know, give them a chance to figure out what they would do if there was you know, the spreading of disinformation or false information. How would they establish a good positive narrative for their people, and really try to prevent those riots and the panic that would ensue. You know, we understand the value of media and media as a positive and possibly a distractor. You know, special interest pieces coming out. That's how we, were part of our scenario. And then we also want to incorporate a little bit of the cyber attacks, building in the confusion in the medical system, cyber attacks on the hospitals, or what if patient records were just missing information. So. Our scenario featured an upcoming election, so we allowed the pandemic. We looked at how a pandemic could potentially influence election results, whether it was lack of votership or lack of support from the population. You know, and then really understanding what neighboring countries would do to help. Would they offer help? And then, you know, in many cases, they would not, and that came out of our exercise. And then, you know, we threw in our wild card, which was this country C, and asked ourselves what would happen if the components for your life-saving equipment were potentially manufactured elsewhere. How would you get a country outside of the EU and outside of Europe to engage and assist you if necessary? Talked a little bit briefly about the results. Again, you know, our citizens.
Gio, can I just interrupt just to say you're pretty much out of time, so if you can just sum it up there for us. Sorry, I have to want to make sure everyone gets equal opportunity.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And yeah, you can read the results and then, you know, the final action. And you know, as I said before, these things are currently happening within the COVID-19. We're still seeing it, the disinformation, the cyber, the diplomatic, military, and cultural. So this is my last slide. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll move straight on then to the next presentation. I just want to make sure everybody has enough time. So on the program here, it's JD Work. Are you ready, JD? Oh yeah, ready to go. Okay, well, I'll hand straight over to you.
Trying to share and unmute and all the rest.
It takes a bit of getting used to this.
Indeed. Thank you very much for having me. Always a pleasure to speak back at King's and engage with our folks over on the other side. I'm JD Work. I'm dual-hatted between Marine Corps University and Columbia University. I will skip bios and introductions. Most folks do know me. I will, however, touch on the mandatory caveat. Any of my comments here are those of my own opinion. They don't reflect the policy organization of any U.S. government agency or other organization, and this will be an entirely unclassified presentation. However, we are going to talk about some challenging matters, so we'll dive right in. For this audience, it does not bear much examination that one of the purposes of wargaming is rapid course of action development under you know, unexpected or unprecedented conditions. And whether or not we believe that the current situation is an intelligence failure or a black swan style surprise event, I personally tend not to believe this, not least of which because I was involved nearly 20 years on, looking at a variety of futures intelligence scenarios for pandemic. And, you know, we have multiple of our other colleagues have talked about their prior efforts, which have accurately described some of the states we're in. We still face, you know, some of the environments we're dealing with. We will say innovation adaptation in the space is incredibly important, often based on this early observation as crises are developing. The center I'm at, the Krulak Center, the Marine Corps University, speaks often of the work of a young attaché in Shanghai in the 1930s, watching Japanese landing craft assault fixed positions. And of course, we know this landing craft as the tools that were vital for the island campaign and vital for Operation Overlord, supporting the reclamation of Europe. At the end of the, based on these observations, Krulak at the time made a model out of balsa wood, sent it off to Office of Naval Intelligence, and they filed this away and basically said, hey, this is some nut out of China. You know, he doesn't even know which way the boat's supposed to be pointed. Obviously, recognizing the true value of some of these early observations and how we use these observations to engage the problem space is our challenge in many cases. We will also caveat particularly here, we've said multiple times, most of us are not medical professionals. I'm a former intelligence officer. I do have a few years at medical school, simply looking at biological warfare matters, which convinces me ever more so that I was never cut out to be a doctor. So we really struggle with making sense of this conflicting, incomplete, and deliberately deceptive information, particularly across the challenges of varying degrees of estimated probability to unknown confidence. we are facing this incredible time pressure around a lot of these decisions. There is a latest time, the analytic product from these war games will be of value. You know, I'll quote from the play Hamilton, "Why do we write like we're running out of time?" Well, unfortunately, given conditions in New York, we really feel that. But we're really dealing with this penciled notes ahead of the first draft of history, this thing that is not even yet fit to be journalism, let alone a true final judgment in the matter. We turn our attention here to the issue of cyber attack on critical medical infrastructure, particularly destructive and disruptive cyber attack. We've seen a variety of ransomware events, particularly in recent weeks, that have given us great reason for concern. This dates back to a multi-year problem that's been growing in scope, pace, intensity, and strategic impact. A variety of aspects of this problem are derived from continuing criminal enterprise origins. We can talk about the Maze, the Netwalker, the Doppelganger groups, the things that are known as Grim Spider and Mommy Spider. These are ongoing affiliate programs, ongoing unitary criminal enterprises that make tremendous amounts of money in very short periods of time through extorting victims after having seized control of their systems through initial intrusion footholds and cryptologically locking users out of access to their file systems. Organizations with good continuity of operations, good structures, have the ability to defend against this and recover from this, but unfortunately, these are not universally implemented. And even where there are strong continuity of operations contracts, we see strong reason for concern. We've had some precedents in a variety of major actions. Everyone remembers WannaCry and Nietia, or not Petya. We've also seen Olympic Destroyer, the SamSam ransomware, attributed to various state actors, where we believe there's a more strategic intent for these disruptive actions. I won't get too much into the intelligence picture here for the reasons of time, but this is definitely a concern that there is a course of action of unique concern. Of course, we also have some unusual actors in the current crisis. In the past few weeks, we've seen exploitation of vulnerabilities, dropping, folding at home legitimate installations onto compromised systems. You know, traditionally we would consider the use of a compromised system for a beneficial purpose a white worm. Usually it's to patch a system. It's still perhaps illegal, it's still perhaps not wanted, but you know, there's a good intent behind that. Using folding at home to support distributed computation working on COVID-19 targets is unprecedented in our view. We've not seen this before. So we're trying to deal with a batch of these different issues in a very short amount of time. The US government has struggled to articulate a new strategic approach in recent years to come to terms with the cumulative impact of actions at or below the threshold of armed conflict. Department of Defense in particular was well structured and well postured to deal with cyber events when they reached what we would consider the threshold of war. But when we're dealing with these hybrid and gray zone areas where adversary action is achieving these strategic ends, strategic effects at a cumulative death by 1,000 cuts manner, we really were looking for a different approach. This has led to the articulation of the strategic vision to defend forward under the concepts of persistent engagement. I won't dive into that too much here, but it basically, we start to look at using different sources of national power, different instruments to go beyond merely government networks across uncontrolled network space, uncontrolled gray space, to counter adversary operations, adversary red space infrastructure. We have a couple different operational models that we have, that we understand that have been declassified in this space. The precedent for many of these operations came from JTF Ares working against the Daesh or the Islamic State threat as part of Operation Glowing Symphony. I published recently a small piece in War on the Rocks discussing what a similar task force structure would look like in the current operational construct, calling this JTF Galen. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of hard trade-offs and unknown implications of bringing such instruments to bear in the current crisis. It's an unprecedented use of a tool in a different and difficult time. How do we talk through this with decision makers? How do they understand the consequences? How do they understand what matters? This is also something that changes the frame for a lot of prior conversations. Traditionally, we talked about ransomware threat as a law enforcement issue, and ultimately there are law enforcement equities. But when it comes to protection of critical medical infrastructure, keeping the lights on, keeping the ventilators running, keeping patient information flowing at a critical moment, it's perhaps not something that we have time for law enforcement response. When we begin to game this, it really shows some of this challenge in a different way. Hacker games are played all the time, right? Offense, defense competition is a staple of what we do in this space. We do simple capture the flag games. We do ever more elaborate industrial control systems, operational technology focused games. We've played hacking games with ships. We've played hacking games with aircraft, F-35 aircraft. We've even built up operational level aggregate representation of effects across entire cities, whether it's transportation networks, rail networks, aviation, in some cases health in these environments. These are played in a variety of different environments, whether it's the NATO locked shields across sword events, whether it's the Black Hat DEF CON industry events, and literally hundreds of other games that are played routinely. We also have had a community that has begun extending this into the medical context very specifically. First looking at the discovery of vulnerabilities in certain medical devices, particularly given the generally sad and insecure state of many of the development programs for those devices. We've also seen some exercises done by Atlantic Council, my colleagues, Josh Corman, Bo Woods. We're talking about simulating emergency room conditions where they actually would have patients and doctors interacting in a gaming setting and create simulated cyber conditions which would change the integrity of medical sensing and diagnostic devices and therefore the treatment regimes. And it created, in these games, extremely negative outcomes. The game conditions caused a lot of patient losses in simulation. Obviously, this is a great deal of concern. There's something we call the biohacking village out at DEF CON where folks get together and really play this under a short period of time. Some really great folks working on that. Moving up, though, we realized that this also, it has to be considered the operational strategic level of wargaming when we start looking at larger pandemic response. Tactical fidelity is important, but you also must model higher systemic order effects. There are nested functions here. It's just as if we don't just simply care about hacking one aircraft on the flight line, we care about a whole series of systems, components, networks, processes, which support, generate sorties for that aircraft, can continue sustainment of that aircraft under a variety of conditions. We have the same thing in the hospital context. And of course, how do we represent this in a game space? We struggle with this in a lot of ways. The classic hacking pew-pew map where we see, geospatial country level representation where, there's little crossing fires between cute little maps. Decision makers love this. It has very little game value in terms of analytic or representational outcomes. So we tend to turn towards things like target trees or target webs. How do we abstract a functional target with a relevant level of detail, but depicting, as opposed to merely charting out a network level architecture, right? An architecture diagram done in Visio that might help you stand up a network isn't the best to game on. But we still have to represent the concepts of position, movement, maneuver, therefore achieved through different accesses, particularly malicious accesses, as well as the relationship dependencies of different actors in this space. We've had a couple different ways to struggle with this, both computer-based environments as well as in good old-fashioned pen and paper gaming constructs. Space really does matter here, though, in terms of representing control, representing the nature of access between blue networks, that is those under friendly force conditions, gray networks, which are effectively uncontrolled or otherwise subject to influence by the adversary, and of course the red networks that are directly supporting the adversary. We also have problems where in the real world, we don't have a single common operational picture. It's an illusion. So we have different players have different views across the space. We also have to look at partial differential representation in these spaces. And of course, then we have to keep this all unclassified. For this audience, I need not belabor the point of the original Jane's wargame and how its role built the Naval War College simulation. But current intelligence is incredibly vital for this. Thankfully, we do have a current intelligence stream coming out of industry, which is incredibly valuable, incredibly detailed and representative of things known in other environments. and can be used to help define notional capability representation, help us define intrusion sets, sketch supporting infrastructure, the arsenal available to different kinds of players, relative efficacy, impact effects, or power, if you will, of those capabilities, and allow us to build out the game construct. In a pandemic crisis, we also have to begin to consider different types of physical effects and kinetic effects interplay, particularly when we go beyond hard cyber, as well as some of the considerations of influence operations. I won't dive into this too much, but it becomes very real when a kinetic effect, when a cyber effect has a kinetic outcome, or a kinetic effect has an impact which denies and degrades some cyber capability choices. Again, we have a lot of pandemic response now based on app-based contact tracing, distancing tracing. We have transport and delivery services, which are incredibly app-based. Losing these capabilities in the middle of a pandemic will greatly affect decision-making. We have some kinetic threats where, again, the first vehicle collision attack attempt using rail against a hospital ship. I don't think we could have believably put that into a game and had someone care about this, but we can simulate other chaos actors in this environment. Likewise, the effect of unorganized vehicle control points, checkpoints, and loss of services in different contexts. I'll leave off the influence operations considerations. They're very important. My colleague talked about them briefly in the last presentation, but we'll focus here a bit more on the hard cyber just for time. We do have.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're running slightly over time. So, is there a way you can sum things up very quickly in less than a minute?
Absolutely. So we do have some relevant findings from prior war games. Adjudication effects does require good technical grounding. We can abstract only to a certain point, but you have to have some technical expertise in there. We do rapidly reach places where IR authorization is weak, where prior policymaking is feared to tread. We do have a strong psychological effect out of these games. We're thinking about the unthinkable. When we score these games, it's a dramatic function. We should probably not be simply counting bodies, not least of which because in a game construct, you cannot, these findings do not have the kind of quantitative fidelity to allow us to count those bodies. And that kind of body count may be misinterpreted at particularly sensitive junctures like this. Lastly, we are iterating this to scale. We're playing these aggressively. I will thank very much some of our partners with New York City Cyber Command, the Naval War College, some of the folks that have done work in this space elsewhere, including our colleagues out in Zurich, down in Georgia, and at the various warfighting labs. And with that, I'm happy to pass for questions, comments, considerations. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Well, thank you, JD. Sorry, I really hate cutting people off because these are really interesting presentations, but I want to make sure that everyone gets a chance. So, Kathleen, will we move straight over to you? This is Kathleen Ruiz, who is going to be speaking to us about Rule 73, a speculative strategic peace game.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, great. That sounds great.
Okay, hi. Okay, I'm Kathleen Ruiz. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Arts and in Game Simulation Arts and Sciences at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, where I co-founded the Game Simulation Arts and Sciences program. And I teach courses in experimental game design, environmental games, and advanced transdisciplinary creativity. So I'm kind of a bit of an outsider, and I am coming to you from the current COVID capital epicenter, I should say, of New York. I have been working with a team of scientists, programmers, game designers, and others in creating eco-resilience games. We're using research that we are doing with our scientists on Lake George for freshwater ecology and water security in a partnership with IBM, Rensselaer, and the Fund for Lake George. So we are combining art, science, and games. So this is pretty much where I'm coming out of for the last numbers of years, creating virtual reality projects for people of all ages. Also creating environmental installations, again, for people of all ages, with 3D print models and kind of creating exciting and interesting ways of learning. Pretty much, we're kind of pulling on culture, and I think it's really important to think about that. I came across this image, the cosmic tree, which many of you might know, and it's about mythologies around the world, who from the Americas, Asia, India, Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. And so it's really sort of an ecological sort of way of looking at the world. And we have created a augmented reality piece we're working on right now called Algae Bloom Dynamics. And of course, we're working with scientists with harmful algae blooms, which are another huge threat to our life globally. So here's just, I'm going to run through some of the images very quickly. When one has not enough budget, one can actually create a lot of interesting game pieces and parts with QR codes. I've also worked on CureQuest, which is a game for teaching complexities of drug discovery and development. And so there's where many people have to work together, and many people don't know the parts and pieces. Usually it's a 15-year process for drug discovery. Of course, we are working very hard to make that more understandable. So I'm working with my colleagues, Ben Chang and Sean Lawson and Dr. Macy on this project. I've kind of fallen off this project because I'm so busy with other stuff. I guess what I want to show today is just a very quick, I should mention also that I was invited by the MIT Lincoln Laboratory a few years ago, working in Cambridge, Massachusetts, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief systems group to participate in envisioning scenarios with disasters brought on by, at that point, was radioactive dirty bombs. So for here, I'm coming up with this idea of Rule 73, a speculative. It is speculative. And so through strategic, tactical, and operational levels of peacekeeping, intelligence, and intervention, played upon an abstracted, realistic world map with scaled miniatures. Originally, I was thinking in terms of tactility, but I think in the current climate, we'd probably really want to make this a digital piece. Where particular players could be digitally, rapidly 3D printed and embedded with RFID or QR codes that plays real world headlines and news clips with alternating fog of war, espionage, and reconnaissance. So what I'm trying to do here is to think in terms of what people are going to think about after the first wave of the threat and the initial problem has hit. People are going to start wanting to know more about a clearer picture of this pandemic. Of course, we have different theories that have been put forth, and they have various levels of believability, and I guess that's where this game enters in. So it's named after the International Committee of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, Rule 73, on humanitarian laws that strictly prohibit use of biological weapons. And it's based on really just aggregated news and opinions from online, print, and radio, television outlets, which bear various levels of building a sense of truth. So my feeling is it's really important that we come together and really create the culture of truth. And I feel games can help people decipher the events, the players, and demystify the many interpretations of what has actually occurred. But we need to be diligently, we need to work digitally and to find and be ready with the truth. And so, yeah, this is a very work in process. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. And for me, the idea of calling it a war game, not coming from the community that you're coming from, but having deep respect for it and its long history, I think that there's, I take issue with calling these war games, because even though we might be actually in a war, I think what we're trying to do is promote peace and continuity. And so, yeah, I mean, we are led to believe, and from first-person experience talking to colleagues in a family in Europe, here in the United States, and colleagues in China, we're all believing this mysterious illness from the rare civets who ate the bats who carried the mutated novel strain of coronavirus in Wuhan. And so that the genetic makeup changed drastically to an extent not ever seen before to produce a global pandemic spread by the human respiratory system. And so this is the reality we are led to believe, but many are going to ask, should we? And so I think we have to realize that we are at a really important juncture, and we have to realize that we are truly interconnected and we are really one, and that we need to look at how we can come together and sort of demystify what's out there. And there's some very interesting and exciting ways that I've seen this panning out, where people are trying to come together in solidarity, helping their neighbors. I know I personally am helping my 93-year-old neighbor who can't really get out now and is having tremendous struggles. I also have a brother who is in a nursing home in New York City, which now has COVID raging through there. So it's on a personal level as well. Oh, I did want to go back, sorry. Okay, so yeah, the idea in Science Magazine, you can see on the right, is a clip, a completely new culture of doing research. Coronavirus outbreak changes how scientists communicate. So people are coming together worldwide. I think it's really important that we think about this and consider the narrative that games can actually help communicate. So the biological weapons oversight needs to be really looked at more carefully. Of course, every country seems to be doing biological weapons in the interests of like, well, we're not really doing it, but we're doing it in case the others are doing it, et cetera, et cetera. We need to really look at this very, very carefully and maybe come up with more monitoring, compliance, and organizing more cooperation with this. I think no less than the future of humanity might really be in the hanging in this. And so we have to think in terms of the kinds of environmental security we are wreaking havoc on lives and liberties, causing potential global instability. Death count rising beyond untold numbers, compounded by possible psychological ramifications. This is an important part that I've, in my own just research, came upon, is that many times viruses can actually leave not only the psychological experience of the illness itself, but they can actually leave biologically induced mental illness. So there's citations here as well that you can look at. So questions arise, and so did this really arise from the market in Wuhan? Of course, we had SARS, we've had other people come up with various kinds of theories about this. They're not really seemingly absolutely positively sure, at least from what I can find. And there are some unusual and seemingly disconnected, but potentially linked occurrences that people might be starting to link together. So there's a strange case of a Harvard University chemistry head who was one of Harvard's luminaries, taken away in handcuffs and charged with making false statements to federal authorities in the US about his financial relationship with the 1,000 Talents program, which is a program in China to attract foreign educated scientists to their research. And so in 2011, document said he signed an agreement to become a strategic scientist at Wuhan University. Okay, so there's a very interesting connection there.
Kathleen, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt. We're running over quite a bit over, so I'll give you the same chance to sum up quickly.
I sure will. Okay, so there's different researchers around the world, different occurrences that are happening. I think we need to look at logistics. We need to look at social panic, stresses and anxiety, the loss of democracy in and of itself, where leaders worldwide are starting to seize power in unprecedented ways. So does the rule become does the exception become the rule in the future? I think this is where games can really have a very strong and important role. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Kathleen, and to all the speakers for some interesting presentations. I guess one of the questions, it's fascinating, this virtual session, in that there's sort of different conversation threads happening at the same time. One of the things that strikes me about the different presentations is the idea of multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinarity. And I guess I was struck by your presentation, JD, where you talk, some of the nuances there that you can get from health. I mean, with a situation like this, how important is interdisciplinarity? Is it absolutely necessary? Can you create a really detailed sort of game of the type you're talking about without it? And I guess I want to ask that, we could equally go to Shiho and say, when you're given 4 hours to come up with a game, working on something that's really outside of your comfort space in terms of subject matter, how do you handle that? How do you deal with that in terms of the nuances that you might need around the subject matter?
So absolutely, interdisciplinarity is critical. Just what it takes to get fidelity on what New York City is currently facing for some of this. Now, there's a degree of question as to what's appropriate to represent in the game, but while maintaining that fidelity. I mean, the conversations with New York City Cyber Command on some of this, and then what they're reaching into the various hospitals, the various aspects of the city's infrastructure and administration. These are also not things you can do immediately in a crisis. I mean, these are relationships you have to have had for years. I'm very fortunate that one of my former students at Columbia happens to be in the Cyber Command. We've had a social group that's been meeting for years there. So we've made a lot of these connections already. But there's a lot of new faces coming into the crisis. There's a lot of people we did not realize were going to be so important. Port operations folks, the throughput for connectivity across the fiber down where folks are docking. Just not something we thought about. And of course, we're in a pretty unknown time when we're standing up field hospitals in Central Park. That's just a lot of folks we didn't know we would have needed.
Any of the other panelists on that? No. So there's another, there's quite an interesting thread going on here about talking about the sort of value of wargaming and the need to sort of deploy this ahead of time, ahead of crisis, for preparation, obviously, but the challenges that are associated with that, significant challenges. And I picked up on a really interesting phrase here, persuasion training. We should add persuasion training to the toolkit of wargamers. I think that's a very interesting concept. I mean, but there are clearly great challenges in developing those extensive and sort of deep networks that you talk about, JD. And there's a question here, which is linked to all of this, which is from John Curry. We need to prepare for the post-pandemic world. So how could we use games to start to explore how, if anything, how things will change if anything is to change?
Is that to all of us, or?
That's to all. I mean, whoever wants to. Yeah, whoever wants to have it.
I will just jump in and say, what we need to do is to get to the truth in the best way we possibly can, and try to work as a community to promote the narrative, because there are so many different narratives happening. I'm just looking today. There are threats against Dr. Fauci, who's one of the main doctors that are directing our efforts here in the United States, and he's now got special bodyguards, and there's just so many strange factions and strange things going on that one. To begin with, the country was quite fractionalized, and now this is just a really, really difficult time. And so to create a narrative that works, a narrative that's real, a narrative that's credible, games have a very important role there.
Okay, anybody else on that one?
Yeah, if I could throw in my 2 cents, I absolutely agree. I think that it's very important to look at this, and I think we need to look at this issue right now. One of the ways I think we can do this is we need to really understand what the strategic end game is for the adversary. What motivates those state actors or non-state actors or both to do the things that they're doing right now? Why are they promulgating this disinformation? Why are they conducting these cyber attacks? What is their ultimate goal? And I think it is really important that we look at now what that post-coronavirus world is going to look like, because it may be very different from what we anticipate, and we really need to start taking action now. I mean, honestly, I think we really need to start taking action yesterday if we're going to deter the adversary at this point. But there's still things that we can continue to do. It's not over yet.
I would second that. I don't think we come back from this looking anything like the world before. And that's a really hard realization in a short matter of weeks. A lot of the things we saw earlier, the implementation of robotics in the shipping and logistics industries have become things that are lifesavers. However, we've seen attacks very much on the implementation of those robotic systems. When one of the first acquisitions was announced by one of the major e-commerce retailers of a robotics company to help in their warehouses, we saw a series of cyber attacks against that acquisition. There are folks that will not accept those realities. This is not going to be evenly distributed futures, and there's going to be some very sharp edges to these futures. We're going to feel a lot of pain here in this transition. Fortunately, not everyone makes it, but how do we save the most lives, save what needs to be saved, and get through this?
Yeah, what's very interesting to me is, I'm fascinated by the sort of depth of expertise that all of you wargamers are bringing. But I suppose there's always the risk that this idea of this call for action, that it rests within the group, and that we're sort of speaking to each other, and it's a question of how then we mobilize policymakers and how we engage them in the longer term. So that's why I really like this idea of adding sort of persuasion training to the toolkit. But I mean, do you get the sense that now at this moment of crisis that, sort of unprecedented in many ways, but does this moment of crisis offer a new opportunities that weren't there before, to mobilize policymakers and to really have them engage in the longer term with wargaming and all the benefits and the value it can bring? Anybody?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, and I was looking at the chat too, and one of the discussion points was whether or not the outcome of our exercise resulted in the EU increasing their stockpile of ventilators and respirators as part of their rescue system, or if it was as a result of the pandemic. I will admit that I think it's probably more as a result of the pandemic, but certainly, they had the information in front of them. There were advocates within the EU that wanted to increase the stockpile and push for this. And so I think part of the challenge here is even if you have some good factual basis for your future look or your future analysis, you still need some sort of policymaker advocate for you in any of these institutions, EU, NATO, whatnot. And how do you get to them at this point with a looming crisis? I mean, they're obviously busy with other things, but I think that kind of goes back to the persuasion techniques and, being able to get them to be emotionally connected to the issue or the problem. we need to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, somebody has mentioned on the importance of advocates, connecting with the right people that will sort of be your champion within these organizations. I've just seen here, Kareem, you're quite active on here, this idea that, assuming that decision makers are willing to accept game outcomes anyway, ones that aren't, that maybe don't give them the answers that they're expecting or wanting to hear. So somebody has a comment here: is persuasion any less of an issue if the game is backed by a government grant? Smiley face. So I don't know. Perhaps we'll.
The budget they like, the budget that's getting cut, right?
Well, yeah. So it's all about fighting your corner, right? So I guess we're just slightly over time there. I know I don't want to eat into the time of the other sessions. So thank you very much to the panelists. Really sorry that I had to cut you short in time, but I found that really interesting and quite enjoyed the sort of virtual sessions. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Let's try to get this. Right, fantastic.
Hello, welcome everyone. My name is Dr. Hassan Al-Basimi. I'm a lecturer at the War Studies Department at King's College. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to in this amazing two-day workshop, really interesting presentations and discussions. In this session, we have 3 presentations lined up for you. We're trying to take the focus into a regional angle. Starting us off will be Elizabeth Thrickhold. She's a senior fellow and deputy director of the South Asia program at the Stimson Center. She is going to talk about South Asian crisis management challenges and consequences. I believe she has some slides that are already up. Elizabeth, are you ready to go?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you very well.
Perfect. All right. Thanks so much. So thanks for that introduction, and also just thanks to Ivanka and Anna and everyone at the King's Wargaming Network. I am new to the network, but very glad to be here and have enjoyed the presentations over the last couple of days. I'm joining from Washington, D.C., and I do have to say, just as a quick caveat, there is some construction going on next to my apartment, as fate would have it, so apologies for any background noise that you all hear. Hopefully we can keep things quiet. But I will be talking today about what we've called Rubicon, which is a consequence management game that my team at the Stimson Center has built out and tested over the past couple of years. And throughout this presentation, I'm going to be trying to draw out some comparisons and potential lessons learned that we might apply to looking forward in the post-COVID-19 context. So by way of background, I am not a wargaming expert. I'm actually a former US diplomat, and now I'm senior fellow and deputy director of the South Asia program at the Stimson Center. We tend to focus on nuclear and security issues, but have leaned a little bit more into gaming and tabletop exercises, interesting ways of exploring that issue set in the last couple of years. So very eager to hear some feedback from, especially from those of you who are deeply embedded in the wargaming community. So in terms of today's presentation, let's see if I can advance my slides here. There we go. I'll try to introduce this game and draw out the COVID-19 connection, give a brief summary of the regional context that I'm speaking about today, an overview of our game, which we call Rubicon, the takeaways that we found in the work that we've done to date when we've run this on a number of groups in the region, and then try to look forward a bit in the post-COVID-19 context. So in terms of what we've done with Rubicon to date, I should say I am not the game maker in this context. It was developed the last couple of years by my colleagues Hannah Hageland and Eyal Hanfling. And we had consultation support from Ellie Bartels, who is a gaming expert at RAND, and many others, including on the subject matter expert side. So trying to build our expertise and gain inputs so that we have good inputs going in and can hopefully have good inputs coming out of this. What we were thinking in this game, so a lot of the traditional wargaming that we'd heard of previously was kind of focused on the escalation dynamics. So the different rounds that could lead up into a potential nuclear use on the subcontinent in our case. And we wanted to shift that focus a little bit. So from what if that happens to what then? What does consequence management and crisis management look like in the event of some sort of either a nuclear accident or limited nuclear use in between India and Pakistan? So in military parlance, from left of boom to right of boom. We've played it several times over the past couple of years with various groups, outside analysts and policymakers, kind of the think tank types in India and Pakistan and the US as well. I've actually facilitated the game several times that we've played it. And it tends to be a discussion-based game, although as I'll get into a little bit later, we do have some tokens and there's actual play involved. What we try to get at through this is just the wider applicability of consequence management challenges that we've identified, right? So even though in this context or specific scenario does focus on nuclear effects, I think, and the point that I'll try to make today is that actually some of the patterns we've seen, the decision-making pathways and the pathologies there can apply more broadly, and indeed potentially in what we're seeing in terms of COVID-19 response. So we'll try to draw out a few of those lessons learned that we found from our game, see how they're playing out today, and then maybe do a little bit of forecasting in terms of what we can watch for down the line in terms of COVID-19 in the region. So the South Asian regional context, just very briefly, speaking specifically here about India and Pakistan. These are nuclear armed neighbors who have fought 3 wars since independence in 1947. There are regular bilateral crises that risk uncontrolled escalation, including most recently in the Pulwama-Balakot crisis in February 2019, when we actually had cross-border airstrikes in between India and Pakistan. In terms of any sort of bilateral confidence building mechanisms, there's really a limitation on what's been able to happen so far just because of a trust deficit. And that actually complicates some of the scenarios that we might typically think of in terms of track 2 dialogues, that sort of engagement to talk through and prepare to manage some of these crises. So in that context, it's also just difficult to plan for a situation that neither side has experienced, thankfully, and either that neither side wishes to see. Nuclear use is certainly a very, there is a low chance of nuclear use on the subcontinent, but given just the catastrophic implications of that were it to happen, whether in a war scenario or by accident, I think it is very important to think through what some of those consequences would be and to put analysts as players in a scenario where they can enter into that environment. So as I was saying, rather than focusing on escalation and who does what to whom in what order, we try to focus on the consequences. So what does this mean for society as a whole, for security, for a variety of different aspects of life that policymakers will face and might not have considered in the context of these conversations typically. So moving on to the game itself, technically it's a portfolio-based resource allocation game. So we have resources, which we just call tokens, and they represent, in addition to funds, both time and capacity. So that is what our policymakers have when they're kind of looking at different policy options for how they respond to the crisis that we set up. Our players are drawn from India and Pakistan. They're divided into country teams, and each player represents a ministry. So we have politics, security and foreign policy, economy, and then environment and public health. Some of those are dual-hatted, and so I could imagine future iterations where we would divvy up the ministries a little bit differently, but that's just how we've done it based on kind of the numbers that we found that work so well. So typically we actually have 2 players in each ministry, and they have ministry level conversations and then come to a consensus and bring those positions to the cabinet. And that's where the teams as a whole decide on what their policy responses will be. We also have subject matter expert advisors who are there to set up the game, talk through what some of these situations would look like based on the best evidence that we have in terms of the environment and public health dynamics of this that people might be least familiar with. And they're available throughout the game as well. So the scenario, we varied this up a little bit, and I think it can be flexible, and there's some flexibility there for new iterations down the line, particularly after COVID-19. But to date, we've generally detailed a crisis following either a nuclear accident, so something that would happen at a nuclear facility, or a limited nuclear war between both sides. So on the order of tens of thousands dead, broader casualties, environmental implications, those sorts of challenges. And as we detail the scenario, we try to find that sweet spot between giving players enough information such that they feel like they have something to sink their teeth into, but also try to replicate the conditions that we would expect in real life, where there's incomplete information. They might actually have false information that's coming in from early reports. And so we constantly hear players wanting more information, and we try to answer those questions as best we can when appropriate, but also do leave some room to replicate the fog and friction of war. So the structure of the game itself, there's 2 rounds. The first is kind of in the immediate aftermath of the scenario, so short term of about 1 week. And then the second we've played to be medium and long-term consequences, so 6 weeks out. And the decisions that players make in the first round impact what happens to them in the second round. So we as control take a look at the decisions they've made on a variety of different policy responses that they can choose to allocate tokens to. So these are things that we've developed in consultation with subject matter experts, but these are specific policy responses that the government in their capacity as ministers can decide. We want to fund, for example, a mass information campaign that's going to provide guidance to our civilians about how they should respond to this sort of thing, or we want to shut down the borders. So all of those different options we've laid out to them with token costs allocated. And so based on the decisions that we make and our and subject matter expert analyses of how that might implicate medium and long-term consequences, we then shape the second scenario that they see. They're given a total number of tokens that's based somewhat proportionally on how much these things cost and budgets. And overall, there's never enough time and there's never enough tokens to do all the things that they want to do. So that setup is really designed to pull out the trade-offs that they're likely to experience in some sort of a situation. In terms of the goal of the game or winning, there really is no clear goal that we set for players beyond managing consequences, getting through the situation. And it's interesting to see players play because the kind of implicit assumptions that they have about what the goal is do come out in the game, but we're careful to not plant that for them. And then we follow with an after-action debriefing, like many of us have discussed over the last couple of days, to discuss both teams' approaches and their lessons learned. So it's important to say that this kind of happens in separation. There's an India team, there's a Pakistan team. They don't talk back and forth during the game. So those hot washes are always interesting to see what players take away from how the other side approached it. So to date, what we've seen is overall, we've really found this game to be an effective means of drawing out trade-offs under simulated time pressure. The teams, in so doing, the way that they play the game, they've consistently prioritized guns over butter in this debate, right? So the security challenges, the military and political aims over these kind of public health or environmental consequences that over the medium to long term can come back and actually really haunt them down the line. And so that's been a consistent that we've seen theme that we've seen on both sides. Both sides likewise have focused pretty strongly on controlling and centralizing communication in order to shape narratives and take control of the communication space. In terms of how they respond to one thing that we have built into an iteration of this game where we have an offer of outside assistance. So the US or some conglomeration of countries will offer assistance that will actually let them increase the budget of tokens that they have, but it comes with some trade-offs in terms of what they can do in their policy options. It's been viewed with a great deal of suspicion, especially on the India team. So there is a consistent theme of wanting to respond and maintain sovereignty and not accept outside aid. In general, a preference for secrecy over transparency in terms of the approach and communication after the situation. And then overall in the hot wash, I think as a result of this game, both sides conclude that they are unprepared to manage a crisis of this scale, full stop. And unfortunately, I think given what we're seeing today with COVID-19, a lot of these dynamics are coming into play. So just you all can read the number of cases in both sides. It's just relatively low, all things considered, but I think there are indications that it could get particularly severe in South Asia. And I just want to highlight very briefly in the last couple of minutes that I have how we've seen these 4 debates play out so far. So guns versus butter, communications, assistance, and transparency versus secrecy. So in terms of guns versus butter, it seems as if COVID is kind of combining those two in a way, right? So in Pakistan, it's the military that's been leading the response effort so far. It's a highly efficient and able force to respond and to provide immediate relief across the country. We are actually seeing indications in India as well that the military is going to be training to play a more active role in civilian response. And so what that means in terms of civilian military dynamics, funding, budgets, all of that, I think is a question to watch going forward. But in this case, because it's a pathogen, it's not any sort of military attack, it's just a different dynamic than the way that we've played the game previously. In terms of communications, both sides have tried to centralize communication campaigns and get ahead of some of these conspiracy theories that have been circulating, but WhatsApp and other networks remain rife with conspiracy theories about both the origin of the virus, but also means of eliminating it, sometimes harmful ones. In terms of assistance, Pakistan has already accepted assistance from China, from the US, from the diaspora, from other sources. India's approach here has been interesting. Originally, as they have in past crises, there was some resistance to accepting outside assistance, as we'd seen in our gameplay, but it does look like that with the scale of this crisis, there's been a recent shift to potentially welcoming assistance from the outside, although so far it's just been termed from individuals and organizations versus from actual state actors. Very briefly before I wrap up, in terms of transparency versus secrecy, I think it's also difficult to say simply because with testing being so limited, we don't necessarily know what the truth is. So far, there's been a relatively transparent response, so best as we can tell, but that might change going forward, particularly if the situation becomes more dire. And then looking forward for the game, my last slide, I just think we should update our assumptions of policy options based on what we see from the COVID response pathways. So this is going to shape the world that we live in a variety of ways. And so we're going to be looking to bring in potentially new, potentially updated policy options for our players based on those responses to COVID-19. Also, we might think about building in opportunities for communication between both sides. This is something that we've seen in terms of kind of disaster diplomacy or crisis diplomacy playing out between India, Pakistan, and the broader region in the COVID-19 response. So that could be an interesting thing to play with. We might consider injects to include something like a public health crisis as part of our post-nuclear use scenario, just to see how that could change dynamics. And then explore any changes in play and prioritization in a post-COVID-19 context. So how does that reshape some of these social and political dynamics that we study more broadly? And I'll be interested to see how the games that we've played prior to COVID-19 might compare to the games that we've played after COVID-19, in just how players understand and prioritize their policy options in this sort of scenario. So this is a very quick plug for a couple of our programmatic offerings, one an online course and the second an online policy platform. My work's cited here. And that's it. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions or comments. I'd really appreciate it and look forward to the Q&A after our other panelists. Oops, I think you might be muted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for an example of a high impact scenario being played. So feel free to use the chat channel. I'm going to collect questions after we finish the presentations and then pose them on the panelists. Second on my list of today's panelists is Hemant Shivakumar. He's founder of Round One Simulations. His presentation is titled Health Systems Resilience in South Asia, Gaming Pandemic-Related Regional Cooperation Between India and Bangladesh. And Hemant, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Hassan. I just wanted to check if you can hear me and if you're able to see my presentation.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks to the King's Wargaming Network as well for having me on this panel. I mean, a very short introduction. So I graduated out of King's in 2017 from the War Studies program, and in 2018 I set up round one simulations. I briefly worked with Ivanka as well on the nuclear risk wargaming, so which is where my interest in wargaming really took off, and that led me to set up this entity. So what we basically do is run strategic simulation workshops, and we work with government departments, educational institutions, and entrepreneur groups in India itself. Quickly back to the major question is, so what we are looking at is, I mean, Elizabeth spoke about India and Pakistan. I'd like to draw your attention to another part of South Asia, which is India and Bangladesh. A little bit of context, India and Bangladesh have not had military conflicts. So what we also wanted to see was within the context of public health strategies, how does the entire pandemic and the post-pandemic issue play within India and Bangladesh as well? And so we've specifically kept it, the question open-ended so that participants either fall into the trap of thinking only from a health perspective, or they can probably widen their horizons and think more broadly as well. Just to give you a quick agenda setting here. So I'll briefly talk about the context why we chose India and Bangladesh, and a little bit about the game design and the actors involved, and then I'll move on to talking about some of the key outcomes that we are looking forward. At this stage, the disclaimer is that it's a proposed game, and we are working on this on the iteration of this. We've tested it with a couple of groups, and we are trying to now scale this up and take it to educational institutions as well as think tanks. The broader context is between India and Bangladesh. What we were looking for is land borders. Both India and Bangladesh have significant land borders, but they also have similar sets of problems. For example, most of the working population is concentrated on key cities, and soon after the lockdowns were announced, you could see mass migration from the city outward to the rural areas. And this is something that happened in Bangladesh as well as in India. So right at the beginning, you have this issue of massive scales. Together, India and Bangladesh make up for about 1.5 billion of the population, and there's significant cross-border movement as well. So the real challenge then, it becomes how do decision-making environments within India and Bangladesh operate, and how do they structurally generate some of the major issues within games as well. The game itself, like the starting point for the game itself, was designed on the basis of both India and Bangladesh, a shared experience of how well they tackled and eradicated smallpox and polio. And this was back in the 70s and 80s. So there is a history of both countries cooperating with each other and successfully eradicating epidemic of a significant proportion as well. And it'd be interesting to see whether something similar can be followed with either with COVID or to inform better pandemic preparedness in the future. But more broadly, regional cooperation within South Asia remains a non-starter. Since the 1980s, there is this talk about a regional gathering of 8 countries, which also includes Pakistan, but that's largely remained paper tiger. I mean, no amount of interventions have really kicked this off. What India has chosen to do, and a few other countries within South Asia, is operate on a bilateral basis. But the idea here is that there's enough space within that rubric for creative interventions, such as through gaming. This is quite untested and tried within the regional cooperation context itself. So, which is why we identified the gap, and we are trying to pitch it and see how gaming could play a more active role in fostering regional cooperation. Quickly onto the game design itself. This will be modeled on a discussion related game where we have identified a few set of actors, and we provide them with supporting material, mainly such as historical successes of some of these programs in the past, such as the polio and the smallpox program. And then we move on to the preparatory phase where we build a pandemic model. There are some lessons that we can take from COVID and build them into that model as well. But and there's a certain amount of realism and a certain amount of fictionalized element within that, and provide them with initial game setting details. What we aim to do is have 8 game turns that and there's a flexibility within game turns that run from decision makers having to respond to issues within hours to days and weeks and months as well. We do have a control cell that adjudicates and sets the escalatory mechanics within the game. So in that sense, it also to some extent models is a model of the virus and how it reacts. And the gameplay would be followed by a debriefing session where participants then talk about how they have arrived at these decisions. The key variables and factors, I mean, one of the main issues that we are trying to consider here is political and structural complexities. And the way we are approaching this is, before we move on to talking about regional cooperation, let's see how this plays out within the Indian context itself. So we've identified 3 groups within each country. One is at the federal level officials, and at the state level, a junior to mid level officials and not really very senior officials. And then find a neutral group within this country. This could comprise of students or different interested participants, and do something very similar in Bangladesh, and see and gauge the kind of responses and to both these games within these different participants as well. Part of this is also to because both countries have certain structural complexities, and for example, the pandemic that India is handling is also being states and the provinces are one of the principal stakeholders, whereas in Bangladesh it's largely at the federal level. But where there are similarities is the opaqueness in which the federal governments are dealing with it, just in terms of numbers or trying to project less information so as to, I mean, there's one argument that there's not to create panic, but there's equally another issue about like the lack of transparency itself. The game will also consider medical and other policy related variables, such as availability of hospitals, ventilators, and ICUs. But one of the main broader questions that we are trying to address is, I mean, so far the iterations that we have done, one of the issues that came up with within the South Asia context is thinking about the new economic order. And we've got responses that range from, South Asia is actually less integrated than other global supply chains. So the economic issues, while I mean, the recession-related issues are likely to be there, but is there an alternate possibility where the effects on South Asia are going to be likely less? And we are trying to frame that within the context of India and Bangladesh, but we're keeping it also open-ended to see what participants are doing in terms of short-term responses versus the long-term trade-offs as well. So quickly on the actors, we are trying to finalize some of this. So this is an initial, there's a degree of iteration that's built into it, but what we are trying to understand is political leaders from different countries, but also in terms of journalists, medical council, provincial leaders, citizens, and the control cell that basically adjudicates and constructs injects so that different actors can respond to different issues through the course of these different turns. But what we aim to achieve, and these are again some of the potential challenges that we have envisaged so far in our iterations itself, our 3. The broader kind of umbrella is what we are thinking is trying to create some sort of an initial data dump for that both policymakers as well as a wider range of interested people can access in India as well as in Bangladesh. But the first outcome that we're trying to address is how perceptions of decision making will drive knowledge sharing practice between these 2 countries, because both countries do not, spend less than 1% of the GDP on public health. So it's the pandemic and any kind of even fictionalized pandemic is likely a bolt out of the blue. So there are a lot of systems that need to be scaled up and built from scratch right at the beginning. The second major outcome that we are trying to shape is also getting participants to think of how they can think of this in a more systemic and a structured way, thinking about like low likelihood or high likelihood, and what are the second order consequences as well. Because more often than not, what we've seen so far in the iterations that we have conducted is there is a tendency for junior level officers and junior level staff, the ideas from junior level staff to not be adhered to, and which is why we want to keep it very focused to junior and the mid level, so that there is no senior level engagement. So there is a certain degree of creativity and a certain kind of accommodation that we are building into that. And the third broader outcome that I'm trying to do is, I'm going to close this at this. This is my more or less my last slide. So look at whether these creative interventions can actually go ahead and shape some kind of like regional cooperation issues within South Asia itself. And with that, we are at this stage, we are writing the grant proposals for the workshop. We're actually also looking for potential mentors. So if you're interested in South Asia and wargaming, please feel free to write to me. But thank you so much for your time, Ivanka, Hassan. Thank you for the panel as well.
Thank you so much, Hemant, and sorry to rush you. Want to fit so much in the available time we've got. So the third presentation is by Devin Ellis from University of Maryland, from the Advanced Research Lab for Intelligence and Security. And his presentation has started reviewing pandemic preparedness exercises, pathologies, and pitfalls. No pun intended.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers of the conference for putting this together, and also for slotting me. I was supposed to speak to you all yesterday at the top right after Rex Brynan, and I had some technical difficulties, which is to say that I forgot that London time and GMT are no longer the same thing when daylight savings takes place. So I appreciate being here, and I'm keenly aware of the fact that for those of you in the UK, I am the last thing between you and happy hour. So I will try and be brisk, but since we're all sheltering in place, if anyone wants to go get a pint or a glass of wine ahead of the Q&A, encourage you to do that. Another caveat, like some of my colleagues on the panel here, I am also in DC right now. So if there is construction noise, also apparently my daughter lost a chinchilla somewhere in the house in the last few minutes. So dogs barking or machinery, anything like that, I apologize in advance. So this talk, which I'm going to try and share with you now, I think. Can someone confirm if you can see my slides? Great. So this was originally a methodology talk. I think it fits in nicely, though, here with the context of regional response, because this is basically a review of pandemic tabletop exercises that were done in the last decade by US, state, local, and federal agencies to prepare or try and prepare for an event like what we're going through today. And what I'm going to do is take sort of a jaundiced view of some of the problems that have been introduced systematically into those, and then hopefully speak a little bit about best practices. So preparing for this, I reviewed either the after action reports or the original materials, or both, for 27 tabletops at the federal, state, and local levels that have been done since 2003, when guidance was issued by the CDC that all large organizations should begin to do TTXs as part of their pandemic preparedness planning. One of the big things that I think it's important to be aware of is that medical systems, much like the military, are extremely good at ingesting orders and doing something to check the box. But a big pathology that I'll talk about is that they're not necessarily always doing what it was that they were told to do. So what do we mean by a TTX? Rex talked at the beginning of this workshop about potential pitfalls to using serious gaming to tackle preparedness for situations like this, and how you have to be very, very careful, thoughtful, and ethical about how you apply this methodological approach. Game's not always the right tool for every situation. I think over the last 2 days, what we've basically gotten is a masterclass in best practices for ideas for both what's been done already and what could be done in the future to successfully game preparedness for major global crises like this. But mostly that was not present in 2003. And so one of the biggest problems that we have which is a pathology that we come back to again and again in this community, is what are you actually getting? Are you getting a war game or are you getting something else? If a war game is the right tool, then you should probably have a war game and not something else. Games focus on human decision-making under uncertainty. And that's the definition that I used as a guidepost in my review of the TTXs that I looked at, and in deciding whether or not I felt they actually fell into this category. It's important to know that I'll be following more or less Peter Perla's definition in Art of Wargaming, in that games are not exercises and drills, which are designed to make sure that the gas cans are in place, the roads are open that you think are going to be open, the phone lines work when you pick them up. That's not the same thing. And they're also not planning meetings where you get a whole bunch of people together to brainstorm about a checklist of information that they already should have in place and are just cross-comparing their readiness on. Most of the games that I reviewed were really either bog sats, which is to say a bunch of guys sitting around talking, or drills designed to test physical and communications logistics. These are very valuable things to do. I don't want to discredit that. The point of this talk is not to say we should be doing wargaming and not doing other things. Preparedness involves a range of different activities. You have to do those drills. You do need to do those preliminary bog sats. But when you're calling those a game and they aren't really a game, then you're purporting to fulfill some kind of demand signal for a particular activity, even if you haven't. And I'll talk more about, why it might be a pathology that we don't know what we're asking for in a moment. But this is an example that I wanted to
Devin, I just want to give you a heads up that we've got 2 minutes before the end of the slotted time.
Great. I'll be really fast. If you check out the National FEMA TTX for Institutions of Higher Education on infectious disease outbreak, you'll see that the instructions include a directive that everyone is to know the entire scenario ahead of time, have all the questions that will be asked ahead of time, and bring their prepared answers so that the facilitators don't have to actually cover all the material before the discussion takes place. Sorry, folks, this is not a TTX. Valuable exercise, it should be done, but it's not a war game.
Yeah.
Other common pathologies that I saw. Too often we're unclear about what the goals are. One of our great colleagues, Stephen Downs Martin, formerly of the Naval War College, always asks his sponsors more or less these two questions. What is it that you want to know that you don't know currently, and why do you think a war game is the right tool for it? All too often, those questions were not being asked in the TTXs that I reviewed. There were far too many one-offs. The strength of gaming comes from repetition and refinement of scenarios. You do a single thing one time and you might learn lessons that turn out to be complete black swans. So when you say to a state health agency, have you tabletop gamed a coronavirus scenario? And they say, absolutely, we did it one weekend in 2014. Often games are not pitched the right way for the players. A lot of the TTXs that I reviewed had scenarios that were not focused on decision points that were relevant to the people who were being brought into the room to make those decisions. The question of do we have enough gloves is not one that doctors running a hospital should be answering. And the question of how do you prioritize what patients to save when you run out of care options is not one that your county emergency management officials should be answering. So one of the biggest pathologies I saw repeatedly was there's one way to think about preparedness for a pandemic, and the scenario was written the same way for every audience, even if it wasn't appropriate. Another big pathology was that policy decisions and resourcing decisions were often not linked in scenarios. If we've learned anything over the last few weeks, it's that these are absolutely inextricable. And it is okay for your agency, your department, to think discreetly about one thing and then think discreetly about the other thing. But if you aren't also doing an exercise that brings the two together, then you aren't actually prepared. There's often a lack of feedback loops. Many of the pandemic preparedness TTXs that I reviewed had a 1, 2, or 3 step process where the scenario updates were determined ahead of time because they were reaching for replicability. So you can carry this thing around and do it for 15 different agencies, and it's always the same scenario. The problem is that fails to incorporate any decisions that were made in round 1 into round 2, and then made in round 2 into round 3. And I think everyone who has experience as a wargamer who's participating in this workshop knows that one of the biggest values that you get out of the wargaming process is the incorporation of feedback loops into this training or analytic application. Oftentimes the baked-in decisions were in the wrong places in the scenario to actually serve the purpose of the TTX. Every wargame is a trade-off between fidelity to reality on details and playability. You can't model the whole universe with complete accuracy every time you do a TTX, and no one should be asking you to do that. There will always be baked-in realities in whatever your scenario is. But your obligation as a good designer is to make sure that they're baked in the right places, right? So what we often saw when we were reviewing these is that they weren't. Comm strategies were ignored even when you were doing a tabletop for institutions that have PIOs, who will need to coordinate not only above them and below them, but also across other institutions, across other hospital systems. Directives from state governments are a critical determinant in the United States in terms of almost every legal precedent that deals with how you manage this crisis. And oftentimes they were missing from scenarios. There was an obsession with federal decision-making and local decision-making, and state government was frequently ignored, even though you get into a room with somebody who runs 9 hospitals in 3 states, and what they tell you is the governor is in charge of everything I need to know. So if your scenario doesn't have the governor's decisions, then you might as well not even be running it. I included in my slides a couple of what I called good apples. These are 3 examples of TTXs that I thought were very well designed in the last decade. Obviously, none of them envisioned COVID-19, but they were built well to do what they were trying to do. And I'm going to not talk about them anymore because of the time constraint. I'm going to close out by talking about Crimson Contagion, which was the major US government national level pandemic exercise conducted in 2019. For reasons having to do with the fact that the actual report is for official use only, I'm not going to quote from it or give it to you, but there is a very good New York Times article that you can find if you Google Crimson Contagion that may or may not have links to it. That's their journalistic responsibility, not mine. I will share some observations, though, from my own participation and review. In some ways, this was a really good exercise. It involved everyone up to the National Security Council's staff in the White House. It was well organized, and the questions that they were asking were the right questions, and a lot of the feedback that they got were the right feedback. If you had an opportunity to review the after action report, you would see that most of the things that we are coping with in real time in the US on the front pages of the news today are questions that were very much anticipated and asked during this exercise. Many of them were not answered, but it's worth remembering this was done within the last 12 months. One of the major problems with it, though, was a forest for the trees problem. Because it was run out of and focused on a public health and emergency management consideration, it failed to incorporate much perspective from the broader economy and functioning of the country. So the problem numbers in dollar figures that are talked about in this exercise are in the hundreds of millions and low billions of dollars. We just passed a $2 trillion bailout package. This week, we're probably going to pass a $3 trillion bailout package 2 weeks from now.
I'm sorry to cut you here, but can you just like summarize?
I am so close to the end. This is really the last
we can
slide.
get to the Q&A. Thank you.
All the private sector participants in this exercise were from the healthcare industry. There were no private sector participants from outside the health industry, but the exercise rated itself very highly for how effectively they communicated with the private sector, right? There were no banks, there were no restaurants. There's no way that you can call this a successful national crisis management exercise if you're only talking to the industry that serves the public health need here. I think we see that everywhere we look right now. 6.6 million new applications for unemployment. None of that was contemplated in this. and politics were absent. Senior leader decisions in these exercises are often played as very technocratic. I think we can all see that that's not realistic, and that wherever possible, you should be accounting for the peregrinations of political decision making. And I'll leave you with the thought that maybe the biggest pathology that we have, which was talked about earlier this afternoon, is the question of, did policymakers pay attention to the work that was done? Hundreds of these TTXs, good and bad, have been done just in the United States since 2005. And I would venture that very few people above sort of line management level have any idea of lessons learned from them. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Devin. That's really, really great. Very useful insights. Sorry to rush you and the other panelists.
Not at all.
We've got very limited time, and I thought it's also good to get some discussion going about some of the interesting stuff that you've shared with us today. Okay, so let me quickly sort of like summarize. So I think we've got like 3 minutes, unless Ivanka intervenes and sort of like magically provides us with some more minutes. So there have been some few comments that I thought interesting to share with you, but also I think I mean, in a session like this, I think the obvious elephant in the room here is, when we're talking about regional responses, is basically the influence of culture. And I think my question directly to Elizabeth and Hemant is, to what extent should we take that into consideration, and how, when we're looking into the design and implementations of games like this? I mean, both your games, both your scenarios and simulations involve the use of perhaps involve the participation of perhaps audience participants and audiences from different parts of the world, and how does that figure in terms of designing this? What are your key takeaways about that? Was that really a key factor? Is that something that can be easily sidelined or not? So if you can address this, and because of the limited time, I'm going to also quickly summarize some of the comments that were made. There was one comment about the value of having analysts put in roles, and that kind of like influences their analysis later on. There is a comment about that says, I find it interesting that speakers mentioned somewhat hiding game focus from players, to the extent to which you hide some aspects of the game from players and how much you're sharing. And then there is also the question about like simulation. I think this is directly to Hemant, is the extent, and I think also applies to Elizabeth, simulation, the extent to which actually bringing people in the same room can itself be confidence building measures. So the impact on that. A lot of different thoughts, but just like, I think I'll stop here so that this is all what we have time for.
I can kick it off and answer to the question you raised on culture. I think that's a good one, and one of the things that we found that this game is really useful for as a discussion tool is to try to lay bare some of the assumptions that underlie the way that players from different places play the game. So there's a lot of work that's been done on strategic cultures. Certainly, I'm actually a sociologist and anthropologist by training, so this is in my wheelhouse too. But I think the way that this has come out in the game is just kind of, there are certain assumptions about how different societies would react, how the government would respond, that are generally shared by players on the team, that actually can be surprising to those of us potentially subject matter experts from elsewhere, myself and my teammates as facilitators. And so having a means through this game to unpack some of those assumptions and see where they lead has been really helpful. So we try to be attentive to that when we're analyzing the results of the game, and draw out those issues in the hot wash. I would also say, though, that there's, there are different cultures of expertise among the subject matter experts and among those portfolios that we draw out. So even sometimes the implicit assumptions that the public health officials who are playing this game or supporting this game come in with are vastly different from those of the economic experts, the kind of political focus people in the room. And so it's not just the overall society or country culture, it's these individual silos that can be generated. And so using the game as a means of breaking down some of those subcultures and exposing them and showing that the motivations that both sides are working under are in fact sometimes quite different, particularly when you have a situation like this that does require balancing trade-offs. That's been another piece where I think we've seen that come in.
I agree with what Elizabeth said. That's something similar that we do. So I don't want to repeat. So I'll take the second part, or the second question, which is about federal and state level officials. I think off late, what we've seen is a definite interest in trying to think more broadly about policy. But having said that, there's very little encouragement from senior policymakers, especially within, say, India, Bangladesh, or Sri Lanka. But there's definitely at the junior and the mid-management level, and even specific provinces that have, for example, Karnataka province in southern India specifically is looking at including gaming methods into informing their policy planning decisions. So these are some of the groups that we tap into, and we try and tap into these networks. The other way that's worked well is partnering with think tanks. So there's a certain degree of network again that think tanks do bring to the table, and credibility as well. So that helps us just focus on the game and let the participants come in and listen to us and play the game.
Fantastic. Devin, do you want to share any insights on the culture question? I know you did not specifically talk about it, but as a thought experiment, the simulation that was played in the US, the pandemic simulation. I mean, to what extent do you think that would have been run very differently had it been to a very different set of participants?
That's a really good question, and I think this is something that's worth bearing in mind whenever you're wargaming anywhere. Is there really are cultural realities, and most anything that I'd say here fits into kind of the tropes that we always repeat about open versus closed and hierarchical versus non-hierarchical cultural patterns. But I think in most any US wargaming situation, you're more likely to see willingness on the part of junior people to challenge assumptions by senior people than you are in South Asia or East Asia for that matter. I've spent a lot of time wargaming in China, and there are real cultural truths to that. However, I would say if the US as a society has a wargaming pathology, it is the tendency to conclude that we've won at the end of the day, regardless of what the actual outcome of the scenario was. So.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. There are a lot of very interesting comments coming up on the chat. So I encourage you all to go and read them. I think they will stay, and I think you'll probably also download them. You can possibly also download them as well. One of the things that I think you pointed out to and caught my attention, Devin, was just how much this sort of plays into the dimension of uncertainty, right? And I'm wondering, to what extent, and I would pose that question to the three of you now that we've got 5 more minutes. To what extent in the design of the simulation, so either Crimson Contagion or Hammond, your simulation, or Crossing the Rubicon for Elizabeth, how did you think about integrating uncertainty and the balance between what is the premise and what's uncertain and left out?
Well, Crimson Contagion, and to be clear, I did not design it.
Yeah.
Crimson Contagion is what I would call a hyper-realistic exercise, right? They're not really rules. There are no counters or maps or anything like that. The idea was to try a functional execution of an emergency management response based on a fictional crisis. So the advantage you have when you're doing a huge high-level policy game is you're basically asking people to try and do their real jobs just in a compressed time frame and document what they would be doing. So there's not a whole lot of fidelity problems that you need to worry about. And most of the uncertainty comes from just presenting people with a scenario and then focusing on where they actually currently don't know what they are supposed to do. And if you read the Crimson Contagion After Action report, you can see that there were, I mean, most of it focuses on the plethora of unknown quantities where state governments just don't understand how to talk to the federal government, when, what they're supposed to ask for, who has which job responsibilities, whose funding pots go to which things. So that was all the uncertainty that was needed there, was unfortunately the uncertainty we're living through right now.
Right.
From our side with Rubicon, I think this was one of those key tensions that we are still thinking through in terms of designing and refining the game. To a certain extent, uncertainty is implicit in this sort of exercise in particular, simply because there are so few examples that we can draw from, you know, outside of Hiroshima and not. Sorry, it's impossible to game this out in a way that does provide perfectly clear certainty, because we simply don't know how that it would play. And so I think, as I mentioned as well, we tried to use that to our advantage to a certain extent by providing enough information that we were comfortable that we were basing it on the best estimates available from subject matter experts, but to not go beyond that, both in order to allow participants to experience what it would be like with the fog and friction after some sort of an event like this, but also in order to avoid potentially polluting the game with some sort of bad information or bad priors, because our goal more than anything were to see how players do react and respond to this sort of uncertainty. And I think that's something that we're still thinking through in terms even of that change from round 1 to round 2. Devin, I know you were mentioning the importance of feedback, and I think that's something we found in particular, that players do like to see that the decisions they make in one round impact the second, but that actually puts a lot of onus on control in determining how these various policy decisions that they're making in round 1, in our case, would impact in round 2, because at the end of the day, all we can really do is our best guess for what the impact would be. And so being clear that, I think while that is a useful function, we've had to be very specific in thinking through what the implications would be as best that we can predict and subject matter experts can predict, given the overarching uncertainty in this sort of scenario.
In the iterations that we conducted, I mean, our specific problems were with participants not being able to look at uncertainty in a very systematic way. And as a result of that, what happened is that there was a lot of onus on the control to kind of like keep prodding them at through multiple injects and trying to make them understand how the consequences would play out. So there were two real issues there. One is identifying uncertainty and systematically looking at it, but also communicating uncertainty within the group itself. Kind of one level of uncertainty just snowballs into something else, and it gets lost by the time it's turn 3 or turn 4. But that's something that we are trying to identify and through feedback try and better design the game, and so the participants have a clear sense of like what the consequences are likely to be, or at least they can think through how it's going to play out, because it's junior and mid-level officials that we are predominantly targeting.
Fantastic. I think that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, Hemant, and Devin, for excellent presentations and Q&A. And thanks for the audience as well for coming up with their questions. Now I give the floor to Ivanka, who's going to talk about next steps. I think the break is gone.
Thank you, audience.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Well, thank you all very much. This has been a great day of insights and discussion. What we have for the next section is a discussion on next steps. And Devin, I liked your suggestion of doing this as a happy hour, but we should have asked for input in advance. So to kick this off, I'd like to start with 3 observations that I have based on the 2 days of engagement on these issues. You know, the first is we heard findings from people on past projects. So pandemic challenges have been gamed. They have been looked at before, including at the highest levels. And some of the challenges that we're facing today, such as you know, inadequate supply of protective equipment, and some of the key decision trade-offs, like supporting your national population versus helping your neighbors. I mean, those have emerged before, and those are well understood. So the good news here for me is that we have a good baseline, both in terms of the data that these games have generated, but also in terms of the methods that have been applied in the past to look at these problems, both as using games for education, but also using games as analysis. So we've got a good baseline to build off of. There are 2 questions that emerge from that. The first is access. So access to these data and access to those methods. So in academic terms, you know, how do you do a literature review? How do you know what people have already done? And you know, this workshop is a first step in bringing this all together. The second related question is the question on influence, and how do we disseminate these findings in a way that is effective. My second observation is that we have a range of wargaming methods that can be applied for analysis. And these methods can be combined with other analytical approaches, including modeling, for example, and we heard from speakers on how to do that. So interdisciplinarity is a key feature of using and applying war games to different kinds of problems. But that creates challenges in itself. So interdisciplinarity creates challenges with epistemology, meaning that different disciplines make different assumptions about what we can know and how we can know, and what constitutes good analysis. So we come up with into the problem and the question of quality control and how we do that. The third observation is that we have a very wide range of questions that are emerging from the current, from the changing strategic environment, and those questions stem from healthcare, socio-economic impacts, but also impacts on future conflict. We talked about games used to inform short-term responses. We also talked about games used to understand medium-term and post-pandemic wave 2 responses, or looking at the broader long-term changes to the environment. So the question that emerges here is the question of prioritization. So I hope that's provoked you a bit, and I'll take a look at the chat to see what comments are there, but also if you'd like to comment, Anna can promote you to a panelist so that you can get video. And also I would encourage some of our current panelists to jump in as well. So for the discussion, I have other than my own observations, I have three main questions that I'd like to pose to you. The first is, what do you see as the key research areas that have emerged that we should prioritize? And I know that we have a lot of people in government that are attending the workshop, so it will be we'd like to hear from them as well. In the meantime, do any of our panelists like to jump in?
Sure, I guess. Hi, I guess I'll jump in. So I'm very interested in sort of this post-corona world, a new world order. Of course, I occupy more of the hybrid information sphere. So, you know, part of it would not necessarily be medical per se, but it would be looking at what are the short and long-term effects of this constant social distancing, and then how do some of our state and non-state actors are currently challenging or using the crisis, leveraging the crisis for their own means, their own end. I think, to me, that is something that we haven't really worked out yet. You know, do we know if this is going to, for example, accelerate Chinese economic advantage in Europe? Do we know if this is going to allow Putin to leverage, you know, some of his, you know, decision-making process and either the tactical, operational, strategic, either internal to Russia or external, and exerting a greater power and influence. Those are the questions that I have, and those are the things that I'm also very interested in. Again, maybe not as pandemic focused, but still I think that it's a very key element to the current situation.
Devin?
Ivanka, can I just say a word about disciplinary and interdisciplinary problems that you brought up when you were making your comments?
Please, yes.
So intriguingly to me, one of the most difficult things about gaming with first response agencies and actors in general is the tendency to fall back on the infallibility of incident management systems. And this is one of the biggest challenges that we've had, not in terms of my talk about what I reviewed, but in designing customized applications, is that people are so drilled to believe that all you have to do is look at whatever NIMS says you're supposed to be doing now, that if you break the system, there's an inability to respond and people check out of the exercise. So I think that as valuable as incident management systems are, and as important as they are as a tool for crisis response in health situations, we should probably be doing more gaming where incident management systems are overwhelmed, because when they get overwhelmed, there is no playbook, there's no backup playbook. And gaming is one of the best ways to develop at least concepts among people who are going to be managing crises for how to deal with that when the only set of rules that you have is tossed out the window.
JD?
I'd second that strongly. You know, one of the things we were finding is when we were looking at the counter cyber operations response and the urgency, most folks did not realize how quickly things deteriorate when we get into systems fail, people die territory. You know, we've talked about it in the abstract. We start running into considerations where we have an actual body count associated with the declining care outcomes because of, you know, handling certain classes of information, coordination, you know, to say nothing about what happens when emergency responders simply don't have communication. I mean, we've seen everything from mortuary affairs issues to a variety of the outcomes we've seen in some of the heavily hit European areas. And no one was ready for that conversation in the majority of the communities that got hit with this. even having, in the difference between those that had prior biowarfare or pandemic modeling experience walking into the live crisis and those that didn't. I mean, we sweat in training so we don't bleed in combat. You know, a lot of these communities hadn't had that kind of cognitive impact before. Even if it buys you resilience for a day, a week to get you a little bit further into the crisis, I think there's some value in understanding that cycle. At the same time, I do feel for those of us that have thought through these issues, there is a bit of the surreal nature of, okay, we're deep into this and we're way past the easy scenario. We're way into scenarios that are getting truly apocalyptic in some cases from the perspective of folks on the ground. And, you know, there's a dynamic there, right? You know, when you don't have any place to put the bodies and you know what that means, you know, this is tough, right? And how do we balance those out for the communities we're engaging, right?
David?
So very interesting discussions. I think that it strikes me there seems to be two different kinds of post-COVID things to consider, and possibly two different kinds of ways of dividing up potential games in the future. And this gets to the point that Ivanka said about kind of accumulation and, you know, kind of lit reviews, is it seems that some games could be about, that's the dog in the background. Some games could be about, you know, how well is our existing institutions tasked with dealing with the actual crisis itself, right? So how overwhelmed will they become? How well are they going to be able to deal with these worst case scenarios? That to me strikes me as quite a distinct type of thing to model and try to understand versus the kinds of things that was brought up by Shiho, which is what are the knock-on consequences of different scenario outcomes, different versions of the end state of the disease and its effect on societies, kind of at a material level, to what that means for things like international security environments, to things like international trade, supply chains, and domestic politics. I think there's going to be a very, very significant reordering of domestic politics as a consequence of this. I think there's going to be discussions about things that hadn't been talked about for a long time or never been talked about before. And so it strikes me those are two quite distinct threads of things to model. One, which is how bad is this going to get? And then the other versions of, okay, assuming it's worst case versus medium case, how does that affect then things like NATO? And how does that affect things like international trade? So these are two distinct threads of types of things to be modeling about the future. And it seems to me that they could talk to each other very well. One set of games could be modeling those kinds of health, you know, outcomes, and then the other one could be using those as sort of, okay, I assume that this is correct on this assumption. What does that mean for security?
David, thank you. And just to echo that, so what I'm hearing is that you're, you know, there's a distinction between the crisis, you know, during the crisis and after the crisis. So what aspect of the real world are we modeling with the games? And that also connects to a question of timing. You know, is it short-term impacts or long-term impacts? And I hope we get into a discussion on units of analysis as well, because, I mean, are we looking at the systems level? Are we looking at a country level, interested in domestic politics, or the individual level? And that also depends on the kind of questions that we're looking at. So Kathleen?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I didn't get to it in my talk because of time, but I was going to bring up the issue of the accidental change. So that change happens slowly, and established systems and ways of doing things resist radical change and follow sort of a rumbling path. But all those things that are under the surface will, in an event or historical accident, then everything that we were thinking about under the surface is going to happen in some way, shape, and maybe accelerated. So for instance, devastated economies, health outlooks of developing countries. I think close poverty, living close together, if you look at some of the maps, it looks like the virus sort of spreads much quicker in areas like that. You're going to have greatly increased immigrations to countries that have weathered the virus, you know, in a better way, and you're going to see very slow, as in my imagination, a slow recovery of developed nations, and it's going to it's going to accentuate xenophobia and fear of other. And perhaps there'll be less in-person and more remote ways of living, meeting, and business industry. Erosion of established ways that we do things. Children might be more back in the home with parents, and home might become a sanctuary, or it might become a hell, depending on what the family dynamic is there. One good thing is better air quality, more sedentariness, probably more weight gain, and long-term changes in consumer behavior. Disney posted something that they're definitely going to see lower attendance at movie theaters and parks, and more subscribers to streaming services, things like this. So I think we're going to see a tremendous reordering, and the hardest hit will be probably the poorest countries, and in the developed countries, you're going to see in certain areas. It seems to me, just looking at maps of the spread in New York, it seems the poorest communities are getting more cases. I don't know if that's actually panning out fully, but that's just my just quick visual take on what I see.
Well, thank you very much. And so just to read through the some of the comments on the chat, we've just added Peter Perla to the panelists, so you should be able to hear and potentially see him. But if you want to make an audio or video comment, please message Anna, and she can add you to the video.
Peter, I'm sorry. I know I took your name in vain earlier.
Oh, that's okay, Devin. No problemo.
So Peter, you had a series of comments?
Well, yeah, I was thinking that one of the potential things that can come from the TTX series of games, that some of which Devin and others talked about, was to use those games to help identify where the breakdowns in communication among the various agencies might be, and to help the agencies develop standard operating procedures and handbooks for communication, so that when new officials come into office or take over the jobs, they can go to their little handbook of pandemic response and see all of the key insights that have come from real world responses and exercises, as well as games. My vague recollection when we were doing work with the Department of Health and Human Services about a decade ago was that they were trying to do that sort of thing, but it's so long ago I don't remember the details. But that certainly seems some way of taking the results of games and exercises and analyses and feeding them into the decision-making system for the actual decision makers.
Thank you, Peter. Elizabeth, did you have a comment?
I did. Thanks so much. In terms of resources moving forward and the impact of COVID-19, I think one of the things that I have been listening attentively for over the past couple of days is, how do we run war games or tabletop exercises when we're not able to sit together around a table? And I know a lot of you have been pushing out into the online space, and that's something that I'm going to be increasingly thinking about for the work that we do at Stimson. I think there are a lot of advantages there, but one thing that I would really appreciate as a resource, if someone could direct me to, or if this doesn't exist, perhaps it would be a follow-on action for this group. What are the best practices for building out online games, and not just building from scratch, but potentially converting things that have been done in person to the virtual space? What are the pitfalls of that, and any thoughts on how you can avoid challenges that would be unique to virtual engagements of this sort?
Right, and there's a very large gaming community that's been doing that for a while, with our strategic gaming methods at King's. you know, we tested a remote online version on the 11th of March when this just started. So there is a need to very quickly adapt. Hemant, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a quick one. So when we did the iterations, one of the major feedbacks that we did receive was, and this again goes back to Shiho's point about design again, looking at the post-COVID crisis, was about how much more pronounced the impact could be on a gendered basis. And it was both a criticism as well as kind of like a feedback that nudged us to, or probably is going to like push us to incorporate more of that element into the game itself. But I'm happy to kind of hear any thoughts on that, or if some Shiho or others have worked on that specific aspect, incorporating the gender angle into the game itself, looking at the post-COVID angle.
Hemant? Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Adam, did you have a comment?
Just briefly about this thing of using different tools. I mean, when I use myself is just using quite simple PDF forms, and that's, so using existing technologies which people already have on their systems, and that works quite well, particularly when you're like me and you're dealing very much in an international environment. So it's always good to use something that's very basic and easy for people to, say, for example, email amongst one another when you're sort of going. So instead of having a group of people, you're sort of almost doing it as a survey method. So that's one way around that you can quickly adapt to a digital version in the current environment.
I should shamelessly plug the platform that my shop at Maryland has called IconsNet, that is used for distributed gaming. It's not a free or even necessarily super cheap resource if you're doing something next week. You're probably better doing something on the fly through your own creativity. But if you do need a more sophisticated support platform, we're always happy to talk to anybody.
Excellent, thank you. So we have a range of comments in the chat, and I encourage you to look at those. The second question I have to the group is, where do you see the opportunities to exploit the synergies between the different approaches? In other words, how do we collaborate as the group more effectively? So if you'd like to speak and you're on video, if you can just turn your video on, and that will signal to me. David, you're making movements.
Okay, well, I'll say something, I suppose. And this builds off the point I said earlier about the post-corona world, the two different versions of the games, one about how bad the crisis gets, and then one about other issues that would spill out as a side effect from the crisis. And this also gets back to your point about lit reviews, and I suppose it's just the kind of habits of academia that I kind of think like this. But I think one useful thing here would be figuring out the degree to which certain games might be complementary and certain games might be competing. That certain findings of people's games are actually, they're not just methodologically competing, but sort of competing in their conclusions and their findings. Because I think it would be useful then to use those kind of divergent outcomes as inputs for redesign or new games, right? So that different game designers would know the people with whom they're essentially arguing, right, intellectually, and that would be useful. And I think it would also be useful then to see which of those games are complementary, like which game feeds very well into the design of a different game. And this gets to your point about systems, right? Levels of units of analysis. If the game is about domestic politics, that could feed well into the design of a game about international political consequences. And so being kind of conscious of, if there's a way we can just even have a spreadsheet where you'd know which kind of column it fits into, and so then you have a sense of who your kind of most close intellectual stablemates are, and then the ones whom are dealing with this from a completely different level of analysis or a completely different focus, an empirical focus.
Chico? Chico, did you have a comment?
Yeah, sorry, I was typing something in the chat. I know that someone mentioned something about gender and the effects of coronavirus, but I do want to also kind of get back to the point. I think that there is some data out there to take a look at what that post-coronavirus world could potentially look like. I think that there is a lot of unknowns for it. And I do agree, I think it would be very important to make sure that however we develop a wargame and an exercise that takes a look at that it is complementary to some of the other work that's out there. How do we do that? I think you have to, in my opinion, you have to plan these things with a certain level of synergy. And so to me, it's planning different components of a larger war game series or a larger war game exercise, or taking a look at how operational tactical nest within a strategic decision-making cycle, how all of these elements tie in together. What I've seen in the past is that generally people go broad and then they look at where the gaps and seams are, or the areas in which the war game or the exercise didn't cover, and then really try to narrow the focus using some of the same tools or some of the same procedures. And so maybe that's one of the ways to sort of skin the cat, so to speak, if that makes sense.
So if you're unmuted, you're sending me a signal that you'd like to speak. Ian, is that the case? And Joshua, hi, you've been very active on the chat. Would you like to weigh in on some of the points? Ben, please.
Yes. Hello. Just a few comments. So it was a very nice day. It was very interesting. So to answer your question, how to continue and to build a community after this very nice and very insightful workshop. So we may consider to build a group. So by a methodology, I think that many people have discussed, for example, some games, some metric games. So maybe it can be interesting also to share by communities. I think that another comment I have is a Scottish philosopher, Adam Ferguson, said that he was talking about, he was interesting about the results of human action, but not of human design. And I think that some of us are more focused on human design. I mean, the design of a global management at a country and international level, while some of us are more focused on human action. I mean, the action of communities, private actors, some local public actors. And I think that it can be also another way to consider the things, maybe try to create small communities and offer the opportunity to the people, to the participants in the workshop, maybe to share their ideas in one or two communities, maybe.
Thank you. Joshua?
There we go, we're unmuted. No, just really, I agree there. That's a good example there. I've just typed in, we might start by having almost a capability audit of what our community, what it is. How many serious players are there in this environment? What are our capabilities? And that drives, therefore, how many of these events can we actually support? Under the ASC, and I typed a little bit about that slightly further up, as a contracting mechanism in the UK that has been working quite well. There was a capability audit carried out by DSTL for sort of an audit of wargamers, and it came back initially that, oh wow, we've got lots and lots of wargamers, but then we realised that actually they were based on very few people. The square was very limited. So the initial going back out to mainly the MOD in the UK was great. You can do loads of wargaming. And then there was a sort of, oh wait, hang on, it's mainly based on 5 or 6 individuals, so you can't actually really do as many as you think. So, you know, whilst we, yeah, I'm really glad to see that it's a growth area. I'm really pleased. I think it's such a valuable tool for helping, but we just need to be careful about saying we can do lots and lots if indeed we can't. I think that's probably the main point there.
Thank you, Joshua. And I'll turn to Peter for some thoughts on how we can exploit synergies between different approaches.
Yes, we've had a couple of comments about the need to integrate tools. And I think it was Devin who described how the US government program called for TTXs, but in fact, there were different kinds of tools, TTXs, games, and that sort of thing. So one of the issues that we've been dealing with in DoD, and there was a whole set of discussions on the War on the Rocks over the last 6 months about the importance of integrating all the different kinds of tools that we have: war games, exercises, analyses, TTXs, real world events. And one of the key issues that we ran into within the US DoD was that agencies such as anyone's here can do that, but the sponsors or the funders need to be willing to fund that effort. So it's easy to say, right, let's take the results of these war games and let's put something together and integrate them with analyses that we've done afterwards and that sort of thing. The problem is whether you can get the funding to do that. Now, it may be easier in the academic world, although I tend to doubt it. But certainly in the consulting world, that's a problem. But it's a critical thing to have done, and whether or not we can leverage the current pandemic problem to demonstrate to the public health agencies, for example, the critical importance of using all of our tools to look at what they're best at doing and integrate those to provide a rounded set of inputs to them. That's the big question. Because it seems to me, after looking at this wargaming and analyses and exercises over the past 50 years, back into history, this is a fairly typical kind of situation. Something big happens, everybody gets excited, and there's a lot of effort to say we need to do more of this. But what happens is, unless that opportunity is instantiated in something tangible to feed into the system so that the decision makers actually accept some ideas, nothing ever comes of it. So the creative ideas that we need now, I think, are how to get the insights to the decision makers in a way that they can actually absorb and use.
Well, thank you, Peter. And so I'll turn to the last question, which is, what do you think the King's Wargaming Network can contribute? And I'll go through what I see as 5 major needs and some immediate next steps that we've defined. So based on everything that was said over the last 2 days, I see the need to determine when and if a game is an optimum method, what it can deliver, and whether it's value for money. The second need is the need to be able to compare the relative value of different wargaming approaches to provide answers for different research questions. And so to do that, we need to be able to situate the methods in a common framework. David Banks and I have been talking about that for a while. You know, the need for shared terms to describe the key features of war games as they pertain to comparing their different analytical contributions. The third need is the need for published methods and methodologies. So how those methods are applied to specific questions. So we don't keep reinventing the wheel. And this workshop is a step in that direction, and is in some ways in lieu of a literature review for all of us. The fourth need is the need for collaboration, including with the digital gaming community, because we're now operating in a very different environment, which creates different new design requirements. And finally, there's the need for quality control or peer review, and how to do that. What we see as next steps are writing up a report on what wargaming can contribute to the current problem set. Based on everything we've heard, this is being recorded. The chats are being recorded. We're happy to we'll produce something quite quickly. I'd be very grateful for your input. So as you log off and think about what you've learned today, please send me your thoughts. The second aim is to generate potentially a pot of money that we can use to fund a range of pilot projects in this area. You know, to do so quickly and to see which of these, you know, to turn ideas into prototypes and see what's useful and what should be taken further. So that's my wish list. Any closing comments before we turn to Professor Wynne Bowen, who will put this whole initiative in a bit of a wider context to tell you about what you know, the various activities that King's is undertaken to address the research needs related to the pandemic. Paul, you have a comment? Paul Schultz? Paul, please unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Right. I've been struck by, I suppose, really, there's a difference between simulation and wargame. A wargame involves struggles over values and interests, and there's a simulation has its place. Maybe it's more important, but it's different. And it seems to me that there are some cleavages over coronavirus which are worth wargaming and intensifying that aspect. There are, I've tried to list them out: enhancing national reputation versus alliance responses, protecting government and regime competence and reputation versus skeptical oppositions, big state solutions versus maintaining a small state, conservative neoliberal sound money approaches versus redistribution and the sort of social engineering we've been hearing about, which will be a positive good for some, but something to be opposed by others. Authoritarian, libertarian approaches, secular, economically focused versus medical and religiously focused positions, and this is it's a crisis that certain interests will not want to go to waste. They will want this to further their own view of a better post, or at least not much affected post-crisis future. And building that into a solution, having those interest groups, the health industry, for example, in America, and NHS unions over here, left-right parties, not necessarily with an individual player for each one, but linkages of presumed coalitions that may occur in the management of this crisis would make it more. Maybe this is most easily managed by a matrix game approach, maybe not, but bringing the fact that this is a way in which wider differences about the way the world should be organized and the way that states should or should not be respected in different ways, and information warfare and all that. If you could bring those in and show that they touch on every aspect of the crisis, every decision, every way that there's a press conference or a sort of parliamentary or congressional comment, that might make it more live and more valuable, although more sensitive.
Thank you, Paul. Karim?
Yes, so more than a comment is more of a follow-up question to this idea that we need to collaborate, well, not only between different disciplines and with the other actors outside, but even amongst ourselves. This is really the first time that I've participated in any event with the Wargaming Network, so I'm not familiar if you already have a system for this, but how do we further the collaboration in between us? Because I think not only in the talks, but also in the chat, all these different themes that were coming up and different people interested in some of them, how do we recollect them and bring them together? Like, how can we as a group keep those going? Because clearly we need more time for some of these discussions, and there's so many of us and only with limited time, sometimes we just scratch the surface of this discussion. So how can the Wargaming Network, is there a mechanism or a system for us to carry on these discussions and then bring them forward to the rest of the community? I mean that's my main concern, really.
Well, I think it's worth clarifying that the Wargaming Network is a research entity within King's College London.
Yeah.
So we're not a membership organization per se. We do aim to engage a wide range of stakeholders and to bring together scholars with the professional wargaming community, also with the policy community, and to create an environment in which ideas can be shared and advanced. One thing that, and we can think about how to advance collaboration within that framework. Are there any last comments before we turn over to Professor Bowen? Devin?
She's not here, and she'll probably kill me for doing this, but Ellie Bartels, who helped design Elizabeth Threckhold's game, is finishing a dissertation at Rand right now, which is also likely to be the next, in my opinion, must-own methodology book on wargaming. So if King's wants to offer her a fellowship in the War Studies Department to go finish that.
We have engaged with Ellie in multiple ways, and we had her over last year to present a paper and review some of her findings. Where I'm very well aware of her work, and I think she's making a valuable contribution to the advancement of wargaming as an academic discipline, certainly. Well, thank you all very much, and I'm pleased to introduce Professor Wynne Bowen, who's the head of the School of Security Studies. Wynne, welcome.
Hi, how you all doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Cool, shall I crack on?
Please, yes, thank you.
Okay, well, thanks, Ivanka, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry not to have been able to participate in the event the last 2 days. Sounds to have been a very exciting, productive, and thought-provoking set of sessions. So many thanks to Ivanka and the King's Wargaming Network team for putting this all together at short notice in response to such an important crisis that we're going through at the moment. And we look forward, of course, to what's going to come out of the event in due course. Thank you also to the speakers, the chairs, of course, for contributing and making this virtual event work so well, and also to the other participants. The past few weeks, for all of us has been an incredibly challenging time. And over the next few weeks and months, it's going to become more challenging as the scale of the COVID-19 crisis grows. Frank asked if I'd say a few words just at the end of the day here on some of the broader King's efforts to respond to and understand the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and how we're looking to inform policy. As you might imagine, like other universities in London, the UK and globally, staff and students from across the King's community are supporting efforts to combat the COVID outbreak and to understand its effects in various ways. There are 50 plus projects across King's at the moment focused on COVID-19, looking at the psychological, social, economic impacts of the crisis, and so on and so forth. As a university that makes a significant contribution to the health and biomedical fields in the UK and globally, and with our two National Health Service Foundation trusts, Guy's and St Thomas's and King's College Hospital, clearly the main effort of King's is actually in the health field. And there's a massive part of this effort, of course, has involved and will continue to involve for weeks and months to come the many, many staff that we have at King's involved in delivering intensive care to patients in London that have got COVID-19 infections. And King's has actually released all clinical academics from their current responsibilities should they wish to contribute to this frontline care. King's College Hospital and Guy's and St Thomas's have been set up as COVID-19 hubs in London, and they are serving some of the most densely populated and high-risk communities in the UK at the moment. And also many of the King's labs, medical pathology, microbiology, have all been dedicated to increasing the capacity and support for diagnostic testing for the health effort in London. Beyond that frontline work, King's is doing a lot of sort of innovative stuff around dealing with the health effects of the crisis. Just a few examples, people will, if they're based in the UK at least, will probably have seen a new app that was launched by King's for people to report symptoms of COVID-19, to track the progression of the disease in real time. It's called the C19 Symptom Tracker app. Last time I looked, there was about 1.5 million responses to that. And interestingly, I think it's one of the approaches that sort of confirmed that the loss of smell and taste was picked up in 60% of confirmed people with the virus. We have academics working with the University of Oxford on rapidly developing a prototype ventilator, again, along with other organisations, in response to the government's call for that work. We have a colleague who's developed a secure online platform called A Touch Away, which is about enabling secure communication between intensive care unit teams and families of people who are unwell, and to enable virtual family visiting. We have infection and immunity biomedical specialists who are exploring ways they can support the NHS and Public Health England, and including developing a COVID-19 diagnostic service capacity. New techniques to improve the outcome of patients with COVID-19 through a testing program. I mean, there are multiple things going on really at King's, and the list is quite long, and I could go on. We have some colleagues. I think King's is putting a lot of emphasis on the mental health implications of COVID-19. An example of this is some research that's just been published in the British Medical Journal by colleagues looking at the psychological impacts of quarantine in response to the lockdown of Wuhan in China. And there's a big effort, as I said, at the university in that particular area. We've got academics dotted around different places providing advice to the UK government, to the NHS, to the World Health Organization, and academics too are playing a significant role, I think, in the TV and radio and press commentary on COVID-19 across a range of issues. But just to give you an example of some of the other research topics that I've managed to pick up on over the last week or so, we've got people looking at the effects on the elderly, on elderly populations, on the issue of communicating with the public. We've got historians looking at how the current response compares to previous government responses to crises and to shocks. We've got health academics looking at Japan's response to COVID because it's been relatively successful, of course. We have people looking at pandemic and infection in fiction writing. We have academics looking at China's diplomacy around COVID, issues of trust and the like, the impact of COVID on Brexit, the economic costs of COVID, and I could go on, but I won't because I know this is the end of your second day. But there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, which I think makes me and the colleagues very proud of being part of King's in terms of making a big response to this crisis. King's has also provided some new grants internally to bring together people from different disciplines through our Kings Together program. And Ivanka, actually, I'm not sure if you've mentioned that you've been successful in gaining one of those, which will be looking at wargaming and bringing in people from different disciplines. So that's kind of just a summary, really, I guess, of the various things that are going on across the university. I think in our school, in particular, School of Security Studies, we've been trying to cope with shifting all our education into remote delivery to be fully flexible. At the end of this term and going into the next term, we've been looking at how we change assessments so that we take into account remote working and the significant stress that some of our students are suffering because of the crisis, whether it's because they're away from home still, whether they're worried about getting ill. A lot of our students have lost part-time jobs, so we're trying to work out how we help there. And just the general uncertainty that's surrounding everything. We've also been doing a lot of work in assisting our staff to move to remote working, which is partly technically focused, but also there are issues to do with some people find it difficult to work from home because they may have significant sort of caring responsibilities. So it's a big effort. From September, we're probably looking to be fully flexible in delivery of undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, meaning I think that we expect term one up until the end of the calendar year by Christmas to be delivering remotely, and then in January, hopefully returning to a mix of residential and online delivery. But the whole situation, as we know, is shrouded in uncertainty. So exactly where we end up with teaching remains open to question. In the context of this event, interestingly, many of our modules do incorporate tabletop exercises, and so it'll be a bit of an experiment to see how we run those outside the physical classroom space going forward. So in early June, for example, I run a deterrence module with a colleague, Heather Williams, and we have a tabletop exercise in that based around deterring chemical weapons in use in Syria. So it'll be interesting to see how those sort of things pan out. So, you know, as a head of School of Security Studies, I'm immensely proud of the response of colleagues in the school and further afield. These are unprecedented times, of course, but I'm amazed by the hard work that people are putting in, the teamwork that's ongoing, how innovative people are being, both on the academic and the administrative side. So it's just fantastic to see. I think the Wargaming Network, the King's Wargaming Network, this idea to organise this event is an example, I think, of this in practice. You know, teamwork and being innovative at the same time in response to some quite testing or extremely testing circumstances. So I'd just like to sort of close my remarks just by reiterating my thanks again to Ivanka and the team for putting this event together. And I hope this community that's been brought together over the last 2 days continues to engage with each other as we move forward. So if it's okay, I'll leave my remarks there and wish you all well, and please stay safe.
Thank you very much, Wynn. Thank you for that. And thank you all for joining us over the last 2 days. Thank you also to our colleagues at King's who served as panelists, and Anna Nettleship, who's supported the organization of this event. Anna, can you turn your video on so people can see you? Thank you, Anna. And to end on a positive note, I think this crisis for people like us who are in many ways privileged academics is an opportunity to think and to innovate. And it's also an opportunity to play. So we can think about the best ways to leverage those opportunities. And I look forward to hearing from you about your takeaways from the last 2 days. I look forward to hearing from you on what we can do as a network. So thank you again.
Thanks.
Thank you too.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. It's been a privilege. Stay healthy.
Yeah, you too. Bye.